start the stream. Not to be confused with live. And we're live. There we go. Look at stream health instead of analytics. There we go. So, welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party had a bunch of interesting and fun interactions in what is known as the Lodge. They got some good information. They maybe made some friends or enemies. Nobody's really sure quite yet. And then they went to sleep. And two of the party had interactions with their deities, essentially. We're picking off right after that with the morning after. And a thing of note is that the player who plays Bub is not here today, so Bub will probably just be sleeping, because he is just having either a really pleasant or a really bad dream. That remains to be seen. So Bub is just conked out in his room. So without further ado, we're going to get this started. So, give me one moment. Where is that theme? There we go. Lower that a little bit more. That should do. Alright. So after having your experiences last night in your dreams, starting with Gildas, you wake up and you can't see any windows. Your room actually doesn't have a single window. So you can't tell exactly what time of day it is, but judging by how you wake up, just kind of at your normal time that your body usually wakes up at, unless you have trouble getting up in the morning, you would wake up at roughly the normal time. You feel rejuvenated, as well as energized.
Well, time to wake up the others, well, only I would. That means I've learned something yesterday, so I'm gonna try it out right away.
Alrighty.
In the morning. Well, probably is I need some light first. So.
There are currently unlit candles in your room.
Right. Well, I'm gonna lit some. Then let's see. Let me take a look at my stuff first. Because I have to decide which one I'm gonna do first. Well, I mean, I narrowed it down to two, but actually, yeah. You know what? The fact there's no window is perfect. So I'm gonna start with the stone rune. So, considering I don't wear armor when I'm sleeping, because I mean, not that paranoid. I start my elven chainmail and use my smith tools to carve a stone rune in it.
Alrighty.
So, I'm not sure how long it's gonna take. Actually, what does it say on the thing? Because it says if time take long rest. No. Hold on. Let me look up how if it says how long it takes to carve one.
Sounds good.
Because it feels like something they would put on the thing.
I'm gonna briefly click this to expand it. Which one's the expansion? That's the rolling. That's the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, I rolled the wrong thing, but whatever.
So okay, I was going to copy paste was it?
Where's the
All
stone
right.
one?
Oh,
Oh, there it is.
okay then. It's just patching them and boom, that's it. Technically.
Well, that's not how this works in my campaign. You would spend
Right.
like at least an hour or so of your morning doing it. So part of your
Right.
roughly your normal morning routine.
So anybody who's sleeping right next to me, like the room next to mine, just heard like the sound of metal on metal, like a chisel working on something. And an hour later, I'm done with my rune. And considering what it does, I'm just gonna wear the armor. Then once it's done, I'm gonna blow all the candles out. And reference. Hold on. There we go. This is what the stone rune does. At least the Gilda's version, aka the Bridget version.
Yes. Very nice. Gildas is just basically over here going, "Don't you lie to me, little man. Don't you dare lie."
Well, honestly, at this point in time, it's more like, holy shit, I can see the dark.
True, true. But you also now are extra good at telling lies.
Uh-huh.
Because you get advantage now. But alrighty.
I see my nice room in shades of grey now.
Indeed. Once you look around, you do see shades of gray in your room. You can also see little bits of dim light in your room on the walls. They seem to give off like a silvery like glow.
So look at that and just think to myself like, oh, so that's how they see the dark. Well, this would be the reason why there's no window. So I didn't see that before.
No, only with dark vision. If anything, it gives off enough light as if candles were lit.
Uh-huh. Well, that's interesting. And with that, yeah, I guess I'll go downstairs and wait for everybody.
Alright. So after
Everybody's
that, I'll
waiting.
move over to Delon.
Mhm.
So Delon, after you've woken up from your dream, you feel similar to Gildas. You feel rejuvenated and revitalized, as you have regained any of your things that need a long rest. You also have gained your health back, if you had any that was missing. And additionally, you gain a inspiration die. So does Gildas.
Oh.
For sleeping in a comfortable position. You may not have slept like in a true bed, but you slept basically in a bedded area, undisturbed for 8 hours. Yep.
Yeah, I took the inspiration thing like 2 weeks ago, so
Cool beans.
good.
And yes, as you wake up, you feel quite good. You also notice that your room is surprisingly dark for the daytime, as it also has no windows.
Ah. Do I find any candles?
Yes, there are unlit candles in the room.
I think it would kind of be funny if you just like pepper breath quick to a candle.
Hello.
Radiant light. And then picks up the candle as one would.
Alright.
Assuming the candle is on that,
They are on
carrying
candlesticks.
dish.
They're on like candlesticks kind of a thing. So you could carry
My
it by the
favorite is
candlestick, or there is one on the nightstand that has a carrying dish. Yes.
Yeah.
Every
so
room
I
has
think I'll,
one with a carrying dish.
I think I'll do that. Just like the little carrying dish. I always love that in the Ebenezer Scrooge things where he just carries it with like the one loop that he carries his candle with. And candlestick, otherwise, it doesn't matter. As long as he's carrying it.
Mm-hmm. But as you walk around your room, it's very much the same as you left it. Just very dark, actually. It almost seems darker during the daytime than it was in the evening.
Hmm. Strange. I've only ever slept. Strange. This is morning. Hmm. I guess I'll quickly leave the room, opening the door,
Alright.
checking down the hallway.
So as you open the door and you check down the hallway, you find several rooms that were closed are now open, or cracked. And the hallway's also fairly dimly lit. The only thing that seems to light up the hallway is these little crystals on the wall, which give off a very low silver light. Frames this dark hallway in a silvery glow.
Hmm.
Gulash, you would have seen the same thing, actually. Oh, another thing as well. This is for the lawn. As you are stepping out of your room, you find Uluru is walking down the hallway from where she was in her room. She's just walking down. You notice she has something in her hand, which she's just petting the top of the head of.
Well, Delon's Delon, so I think he would probably greet her. Oh, good morning. I presume.
Good morning. Is this yours? She holds up what looks like a weird little creature.
What does it look like?
It looks like, give me one moment.
That's fine. I would laugh if it was, little buddy.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Oh. His name was, I think, starts with an S.
It was a Kilmalis.
Kilmalis or something. Yeah, that's the name of the creature, right?
It is the name of the creature. It did have a name, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
It was like Scribbles or something like that. I know we made a plate for him.
You did. It was a plate.
He carved a plate and everything for him. Initially, it was like scratched in, and Rem, aka Gildas, he was just like, "Fuck that! I'm gonna make you your own damn plate."
I forget the name. I really do. It's bothering me.
It's fine. It started like it was like Scribbles or something like that. Something with an S. That's what I remember.
Might have been Scrix or something, or Scritch or something.
Yes, Scripts or some stuff like that. Anywho, yeah. The long ago. Oh, yes. I was like, "What are you doing now?" I was like, "What are you doing here?"
As you are held up to it, Delon, it's like reaching for you, like Ularu's hand just tightens a little bit, and she just pets its head. It was in the hallways. It had these. And then she holds up a small little sack that seems to have walnuts in it.
Oh. Yes, those are gifts. The ones I believe are worthy. Valesi spoke to me about these. He is a friend. I met him in King's Landing. We aided him and his kin. Is there an issue?
Just an odd fae roaming the halls at night.
I can see how there would be an issue. Forgive this little one. I think he's new to certain practices. I don't think he meant any harm. Did you? And he like tilts his head like. Mm.
The creature immediately just shakes his head rapidly, like just no, kind of a gesture.
Mm-hmm. See, if of course there were any issues, I do apologize on his behalf. That for you, be sure, your ladyship.
Hold out your hand.
Yes. He gingerly holds out my hand.
Uluru then just puts the creature in the palm of your hand, and as soon as she does so, he crawls up your arm on all fours and hunches on your shoulder.
Ah. Thank you. You were most kind.
If he is one of your traveling companions, then I will not keep him.
I will make sure that he remembers such things. He will be staying in my room then for the time being. Of course, if this is all right with you. And I turn to the creature.
He just nods empathically, like up and down, really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that he just kind of hides behind your horn
Mm-hmm.
on your head from Uluru.
Mm-hmm. Then I believe if there's no other issues, thank you once again. You're very kind. Delon's gonna bow very respectfully.
She tilts her head as at your bow, but nods at you. I am not kind. Uluru is just following the forest.
I assume, Izuka, I appreciate doubly, for nature is of its own rules and its own respects. He could have been punished in other forms. I assume you could have done so. As such, you are earning of my respect and my thanks.
You're welcome. Can I ride your horse?
Like Delon actually points. You would have to ask him.
Then I will ask. I will bring apples.
He does enjoy apples. Just be careful. He is very playful. But I will be out soon to groom him in a little while, so perhaps we will ask him together.
She nods and starts turns around, walking down the hallway. She jumps down the stairway, and you hear her just start walking down it somewhere. The last thing you see is her long tail just like whip around a bit before slithering out of sight.
Delon's going to turn to the creature. What are you doing here? As like he steps back into his room.
As soon as you step back into your room, he jumps off your shoulder, runs straight towards your satchel bag, and seems to disappear from view as soon as he touches it.
Now hold on. I assume he's gone at this point.
Yes, he's assumingly somewhere in your satchel bag.
Oh, troublesome. Let that be a lesson to you. With that, Delon's probably going to get himself mostly ready, and then he's going to head downstairs, and just as he said, he's going to check on Valese, because he was sleeping outside all night.
Sounds good.
Again, presuming this is morning, so super dark.
So, following the chain of events, Gildas, not long after you've made your way down the stairwell, you hear a thump from up the stairs, and as you turn around, you just see this person right here running down the stairwell on the railing of the stairs on all fours before jumping and landing on all fours in front of the fireplace, and then she shakes like a dog before standing on 2 feet.
I just watch that, head a little bit, to the side. Like, that's the wild child indeed. But to run down like that, it's pretty dangerous. Actually, well, think about it. Why would she need to shake like a dog like that? I don't know. It's weird. See, who even is up at this point?
Inside the lodge, you can see currently the seer and the matriarch and patriarch.
Alright, yeah, I didn't even notice the thing changed.
Shortly after you can start looking around, Gildos, you see Delon come down the stairway.
Well, the same guy coming was like from all the way there saying, "Good morning, darling."
Ah, good morning, Gildas.
Come have a seat.
Ah,
Should
thank
be
you.
warm enough.
Ah, it's dreadfully dark for this time of midday, don't you think?
Well, funny you mentioned that, because I noticed something. Well, it's a bit hard to explain, but essentially, for them, it's pretty lit up at this point. In the morning. But we, as we technically can't see in the dark, we have to use, well, the fireplaces, the 2 fireplaces or the candles to... But you see, anybody who can usually see in the dark will see that all over the room, on those walls there's some kind of glowy light coming over them.
That's so
Right.
fascinating. Oh, I think I've heard of this. Some sort of... He snaps his fingers. Dark vision.
Well, yeah, are you wearing your armor yet? Well, it's still like your ruined clothes.
He'd probably be wearing... Nah, because they're in a village. He probably wouldn't need to be wearing armor at this time. So he's probably just in regular clothes. Maybe at most a chainmail. Or just whatever.
I should see that and say, well, considering like chainmail is usually pretty flexible as me. Well, actually, darling, why don't I just show you? Like, you see me like just remove the chainmail, like hand it over to you. Just put this on for a few seconds. You'll see. You'll see what I mean.
Oh, as you wish. He'll don the stone in the room.
Alright, so as soon as you put the chainmail on, you feel, you blink a little bit as the dimly lit lodge is lit up by decently bright silver lights that dot the walls here and there. They give off an almost... It's like a full moon's coloration of silver light. But they're no bigger than, say, your thumb on the wall. But each of them gives off a rather large amount of silvery hued light. Enough to make the room look well lit.
Goodness. So this is what you're referring to. Yes, now I see it. How is this how is this possible? Why the chainmail?
Well, why the chainmail? That's a talk for when everybody gets there, I think.
Hmm. I see.
But I decided I couldn't really believe it myself either. I mean, once I did it, like the fact that there was no window made sense. But I'll tell you, those elves are tricky.
So it's like, so I see. It's not too different than other elves we've met at this point. They have our ways, don't they?
Indeed. I wonder just how much stuff, how many things are hidden from us in plain sight like that.
Ah, probably far more than we wish. And that's what I've been discovering in this journey. There's so many things that people are hiding, either in the library, behind language, behind scenery, behind gnomish protocol. So many things.
Indeed. When just as far as in your head, I say tapping my forehead.
Mhm. Alright. And you wear it well. Oh, Delon will take off the chainmail and hand it back to him.
Thank you.
Of course. It's exceptional. I can't wait to hear about how you learned to do this.
Right. And like actually, instead of like wearing it now, I'll just like lay it down on the table, just waiting for everybody.
So as you both finish up having that brief interaction, the front door opens and you see somebody walk in,
Mm-hmm.
and it's Lady Aramu.
Hmm.
She stops though with the door wide open, and with the door open, you can see rather bright sunlight outside. However, when she walks in, she pulls the hood off her head. Well, come on, come on. I didn't rake you up out of bed before even the crack of dawn to wait for this. Come on. You hear another voice, a bit frustrated, followed after. Honestly, why are we gallivanting with me dressed like this? Because it is far more comfortable and it is the traditional garb. Now get in here. Shortly after, Eleanor comes in and pulls her hood off. When you see Eleanor, she's not wearing her dress that she was wearing before. She's wearing rather tight leather armor, similar to her drow form, but with her midriff showing, and with basically daggers and jewels around her.
Just gonna raise an eyebrow at that. Just give that a knowing look.
Don would chuckle to himself as well.
Eleanor turns at the sound of your chuckle, Delon. Oh, thank goodness you're up. Apparently, my exposure to the culture started well before dawn. We do not need to sleep like them, Eleanor. Do not worry about it. Yes, but...
Delon will get up and approach both of them. Ladies, good morning.
Lady Aramu immediately takes a step into your personal space, smiles at you, and extends a hand to you. Good morning.
Let's see. Proper protocol. Extends a hand assumingly, I assume she wants me to kiss it.
It is out in the gesture for a
Mhm.
for that sort of a elegant maneuver.
Delon will chuckle at that and take her hand gently and give it a gentle shake.
Aww.
Lady Aramu.
She shakes her hand back. Her grip is surprisingly firm, though.
He's basically he took it as if he would kiss, but instead just gently shook it.
Mm-hmm.
He's being playful as well. He's like, okay.
That's why she
And,
pouted and instead shook your hand
mhm.
with gusto.
Mhm. And then he says, I hope you haven't been too difficult on her. This is her first day.
Oh no, absolutely not. Not yet. That comes later.
Let's see.
We had to get her dressed up to the degrees first. We had to get her gear. We had to get her suited. We had to get her everything she needed, her rations. No. The hard stuff comes after she's had her morning mead. Oh, see ya!
Oh, Lord.
Drinking mead already?
They're hard drinkers, I see.
So I just look toward Eleanor and say, good luck with your training.
Thank you. When I said that I would be more than capable of handling her culture, I did not expect her to quite literally enroll me in training.
I think you understood how much gusto the Sylvian people are when they consider our culture. Not too dissimilar from the High Elves in that manner. They want to
No.
prove themselves right, they push themselves all the way.
Eleanor lowers her voice to a hushed voice. Between you and me, they have a lot more in common than anyone else thinks.
Talon gives like a gnawing. Huh. Do you know what the itinerary is for your training?
I've been kept conveniently in the dark. Something about keeping me on my toes and not letting me formulate a strategy beforehand.
I see.
Oh, sink or swim kind of training.
Aramu comes back with a tray filled with basically flagons of mead and just drops the tray on the table essentially, grabs one and then grabs another and basically tosses it to Eleanor. Yorm wakes up from the table. Oh hell yeah! Best way to start the morning!
Alright!
Yeah!
So we just
Yorm!
gonna ignore him.
No, he was
Fine,
asleep.
sleeping.
He's just asleep
Yeah.
at the table.
Just part of the decor.
Like, Yorm was just like, out like a stone. Rock and stone, forever.
When you bring mead, you'll awaken the dwarves.
Exactly. That's the smell of alcohol. I'm not. Hair of the dog and all that.
Yorm does just proceed to drink 2 flagons, and then he just looks like he just had morning coffee, like he's just wide awake.
Yeah.
Oh,
God bless.
good morning,
God bless
good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Gildas. Sleep well? Oh, I slept surprisingly well. Got in a drinking contest last night.
Oh, did you?
That seer can hold his liquor, I tell you.
He better. If he can serve it, he better be able to take it. I'm glad you proved it as it proved him still. Good morning to you, my friend. He taps him on his shoulder. Delon will then look to Lady Aramu and say, Oh, Lady Aramu, I have a question for you. Well, several, in fact, but I wish to ask you one now.
Yes?
For her for Lady Eleanor's training, and he leans a bit closer. Is this an increased regiment of physical labor or skill?
It is both.
I see. Thank you. That will be all for now. If I may I have a word with Lady Eleanor for a second?
Oh, of course. Absolutely. Drink that down, Eleanor. You'll need a fire in your belly for when we head out in just a little bit.
Delon will then approach Eleanor, gesture. Okay, let's go a little to off the side just for a second.
She nods. Where would you like to head to off to the side?
Not too far. It's not like it's a big deal. Just Juna give her a little pep talk. So probably in the corner over here.
Like over here-ish?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I spoke to Lady Aramu and confirmed what I thought would be proceeding. It seems like the Blood Huntresses has used the same tactics as some of the Templar training.
I see. And what sort of tactics would those be?
Well, skill, it is the first stages of Templar training weed out those who cannot handle endurance. They check to see your body and your endurance, and just check to see whether or not you can handle the most extreme moments. Then, they test your skill. If you're skilled enough to keep going, if you can even survive that. Usually it's one and the other at the same time, and once they've established that you can handle it and skilled, then they build you back up. They take your skills, hone them, then teach you tactics, survival, a little this and that.
I see.
The way he describes it, it's like, oh, you know, it just is kind of is, but it's like, but the list he goes down belies that was not easy at all. He's beguiling how actually difficult it probably was.
I have heard stories of Templar training. It all sounds like... I heard one Templar once say that any boy who wishes to enter into my watch will experience 6 months of a living hell, so that they understand what it's like to trudge through hell or high water.
Just like, have her roll insight.
Sure, I can do that.
Have her roll insight, asshole.
I'm doing it. Give me a moment.
Yeah, that's good. Let's see.
11.
Okay, that's fair. So she sees for a moment Delon kind of not clearly respond at that moment, and she thinks there's like maybe a glassy sheen on his eyes, like a haze for a moment. Clearly he's thinking of something. And then, but as soon as she notices it's gone, it returns to her attention. Yes, in similar effects, it is. It's extremely difficult. I won't deny that.
I also heard something once from a different Templar about once you've finished the training, your resolve will never falter again, because you've seen and dealt with enough where your resolve is stronger than tempered steel.
A significant amount of the training is given to those who wish to push oneself to their limit. Templars are the safeguards of King's Landing. Greater than any knight, greater than any paladin. They are the sword, the shield of King's Landing. So they must be tempered, must be treated, and they must be honed to a pinnacle shine. And so you create individuals who are strong and stalwart, who will never falter.
I see. Well, I certainly hope it's not as rigorous or as stressful as all that. I may be trained in fencing, and I may be trained to use a bow, as well as to ride and throw daggers. But I'm physically fit, yes, but I don't think that I have the endurance that someone like you would have, Delon.
Lady Eleanor, may I give you some advice?
Yes, please.
So Delon is gonna look at her, and he's gonna kind of stare at her for a second and then go, as he gathers his thoughts. It's not about endurance. It's about everything else. Imagine when you're on this journey, you wish to prove yourself. You wish to prove that you are capable of being one-on-one with them, yes?
Yes. I wish to earn their respect.
When you do so, it's not just about endurance. Imagine that singular focus is the point tip of a sword. Imagine that singular focus as you proceed. When you spend 12 hours in the freezing cold, demanding that any one of you can go and ring that bell to make it stop, do not give quarter. When they tell you that you must survive for a month in the middle of a forest, you will give no quarter. Use that focus. The pain, the suffering, all of that is an illusion. The only thing that is real is the one assurance that you will not be the last one to fall. When you realize that all that singular focus, that goal, that moment, the idea, the very thought of faltering disappears, it melts away. The tip of that moment becomes a sword, forged by your mind's eye. And as you cross each hurdle, as you best each of their expectations, that sword is sharpened to a fine blade, and you move it forward as it cuts straight to the end goal. If you do that, Eleanor, nothing shall ever best you. If you do that, not only is it you will be more than their expectations, you will have met them and exceeded them all at once, and that they can never take from you. Do that, and you will earn not just their respect, but your own. I'm gonna roll charisma with that too.
Alrighty.
Persuasion.
Yeah, make a persuasion roll.
Oh, 27.
Very nice. So
Almost a crit.
Eleanor listens attentively to everything you say, and then once you're finished, she nods, looks down at her tankard briefly. You see worry on her face before she raises it to her lips and drinks nearly the whole thing, gasps for air a little bit, slams it down, and then stands back up, essentially. Got it. Razor focus.
I wish you the best of luck. Not that you'll need it.
I suppose I'll see you tonight, then. Aramu did
You
say
will.
we'd be back in the lodge before dark.
Oh. Then I will wait to see you come back with your head held high. And I'm gonna make my way back. I'm gonna drink my beer.
It's not beer, it's mead!
I know.
It's honey ale!
It is honey ale. It's better beer, basically. It's basically a middle between wine and grog and all that.
So as you make your way back, Aramu actually sachets her way over and essentially intercepts Eleanor. Now that you've finished your grog, your mead, let's head off. Already? Yes, I did say once you'd finished. Fair enough. Let's head out then. Right. We'll see you all in the morning. Oh, wait, right. Evening. You will see each other in the evening, yes. Eleanor just quirks a brow. Oh, don't give me that look. I'm used to coming back in the morning, not the evening. Routines and all that. Eleanor just shakes her head and puts her hood back up. Aramu does the same, and you see his Aramu turns to you, Dylan, gives you a she makes eye contact with you as she waves goodbye, and simply walks out the door. Eleanor takes a look back at you, gives a thumbs up, heads out the door.
I think she'll do well.
Cheese mincemeat. I'm kidding.
She's got guts. She'll do fine, I think.
Aye.
Honestly, if it's anything like the ranger training that I went through in Gloucester, they're gonna have you shoot so many arrows that you're just gonna wish the string of your bow would break. And then they're gonna have you do it again, and then they're gonna have you do it on horseback, and then they're gonna aim an arrow at you, and they're gonna say, shoot the arrow out of the air. And then you're gonna succeed, go to Dwarven Ranger training, and then they're gonna do the same thing with the arrow, but with a musket ball. And they put you in heavy armor. They have a helmet on your head so you don't get hit, you don't get your brains blown out. And we use a small caliber, small musket ball, not big ones like this. Small, less gunpowder.
I was about to say, would a helmet even protect you from that?
Not from this. Made sure of it. So he pats his blunderbuss.
It's like you both had quite the life before wandering out.
I enlisted in the most elite ranger training there was because I could afford it. Honestly, I got fast-tracked into the harder regiment because I paid for it.
That's allowed?
Doesn't mean you're gonna succeed.
I was about to say.
If you go in and you don't succeed, you wasted your money.
Exactly.
Gloucester's pretty fair about that. I don't imagine that's allowed in King's Landing, though. Probably only get in on recommendation and merit.
Similarly, yes. In King's Landing, one comes a knight through prestige, time, and efforts as a squire. Then once one becomes a knight, they can either pursue forward a career as a paladin or various other deeds, or if you're fortunate enough, scouted by the Templars. No one pursues a Templar position. They find you.
That makes sense.
It's an honor. Although, despite my acquisition of Templar training, I did get the fair share of insults thrown my way. They assumed I was picked because of my family situation.
Oh, I know all about that. Good times. If I wake up one morning, cause your whole cart was thrown in the lake. Good times.
Well, gentlemen, is it everyone? He's actually glancing around. Is Ophelia there?
Oh, she is. As you look around, you see her behind you. She has her book. She's sitting at a table behind you a little bit. She has her book open and she's just reading it quietly. Nerd.
Consider the fat bros here.
Your ladyship, what are you doing over there?
She looks up. I was here earlier this morning and I've been reading since.
He's like, well, come on. He's like, well, feel free to come on over.
The fireplace offers better lighting for reading.
If you insist. What do you plan on doing today, your ladyship?
Ophelia pauses for a moment, and you see as she gently closes her book. Considering that the sun is out in full, I was considering either staying here and attempting to commune with the seer, or attempting to commune with the matriarch and patriarch. I have many questions for them.
If you do so, please inform us on whatever you discover.
I would gladly do so.
Be warned, this with no insult. The seer seems very finicky. Seems to speak in vagueness. So it'll probably take you time to worm anything out of it.
You see a small smile on her face. He speaks in tongues.
In a manner of speaking, yes. I think so.
I see.
If listening to Gildas was the case.
Well, it may be, but honestly, it's quite the entertaining act to, I don't know, make sense of what it's of what it's saying.
He did answer your questions honestly. I would give him that.
Indeed.
And if you're going to speak with the matriarch and patriarch, please give them the deepest of respects. And watch for their more subtle positions. I noticed there was a underlying issue at the moment. I can't quite tell you anything more, but be careful, your ladyship.
Ophelia nods at this. Of course. One should treat all they meet with the respect they deserve. And if they have things that they have to hide, then one should observe it, but not pry.
Just so.
As for the seer speaking in tongues, I'll be curious to see if he does answer earnestly, then perhaps he simply speaks in a different way. Might bring back memories.
Well, gentlemen, what about you? What will you do on this fine morning? We're in a new village after all.
I'm thinking about heading out in a little bit once my hangover's gone down. It'll be fine once I've had a little more meat.
I see. And
you know how it is, Delon. Once you had a certain amount of a buzz, you don't feel the hangover no more.
Delon, like, it looks like he's about to say something, and then he just goes, and he just brings the tankard to his lips. Like, sure. You know how occasionally there'd be like the Picard smile, where he wouldn't really have anything to say. He'd just be like, meh. Just give a little smile.
Yep. But once I've finished that, I'm thinking about heading out and just taking a walk around the town, you know, seeing what I can think, see what I can see.
Fair enough.
Definitely gonna try to stay out of trouble, though. Which does not seem like the place to get into trouble.
No, it does not. And you, Sir Gillis?
So, I give you a big beaming smile. Say, I honestly have no idea. Then, like, pose for like a few seconds, say, well, no, I do have a idea, but the details aren't there yet. You know, just giving like a small glance toward Ophelia. Like, back to you.
Delon raises an eyebrow.
Well, it's about what I said yesterday. I was just been thinking about what to do. Guess I'll just take a look around the village. Maybe I'll find some inspiration there.
I see.
I think that'd be a good idea. Little lady's awfully bony, you know.
Indeed. Well,
Hmm.
don't know if what
I
of
think
it
that would be a
is.
kind thing to do. I'm all for it.
I agree. If you need an extra funds, Gildos, I might be willing to contribute. Who needs a little more drinking money when you could just make a little good cause, you know?
Thank you both.
Indeed. As for myself, I'm going to check on Valese, and then afterwards, similar to you, go across the town. There are many different places and functions here. I wish to see their goods. I will speak with the constable again. I wish to set up a trade situation. He said he was going to leave me rules in my room. I have not received them at this time. Hopefully, I can get a trade going on. We can exchange things. There are things here, I'm sure, that are made that only here can do so. And I think it would be good benefit for us to compile them as we can and make connections. Especially in the future.
Great idea, darling. I agree with you.
Good. Then we'll be doing our own paths. Remember, at night, please, Izika, either return to the inn or find someone willing to welcome you at night.
Well, that'd be hard, considering we're a stranger everywhere. Well,
Indeed. So the inn is our best
I would
effect.
say, I wouldn't say welcome, but I wouldn't say unwelcomed either. But the tricky part is going to be about young blood and all that.
Hmm.
So we haven't even seen what the village look outside.
Aye. Most of them is not about, let alone seen an outsider, as you said, let alone being outside the walls.
Suddenly, the lodge gets a lot darker
Oh crap.
as you see Uluru going around and wiggling her fingers while dancing in front of the fireplace as it goes out. She already did so with the southern fireplace.
Oh.
That time.
Then she simply pulls open the front door and just steps right on out. She went somehow out of bounds. I had to stretch her. Why? I don't even know how she went out of bounds. How'd she do that? There's not even there's not even a square there.
She's
Cast a
magic.
large person on herself.
Honestly,
word
she
magic.
could do that.
Dewan kind of at that point goes, well, I think that's our cue.
Alright.
I'm going to leave. Alright. Take care.
Me too. And I suppose we'll see each other in the evening.
I'll go with you, Ram. You can go ahead and go first. I'm curious to see what they'll do.
Alright. Well, unfortunately, work has been so busy I haven't really thought like some pre-planning done, so I'll just go with the flow at this point.
Hey, that's sometimes the most fun you can have, is just going with the flow.
Yeah, I know. Especially Gildas is like, whatever.
Alright, so as you both step out the front door following after Uluru, you step in to an outside town. So you step out, you find that outside the lodge, move you both here, is multiple buildings that seem to have their base are tree trunks. Their walls are reinforced, basically, again, tree trunks, but the roofs seem to be branches and leaves that have been woven together to create a solid roof. There are no windows on any of these buildings. as another thing is that as you step out, you see that there is some dirt here. Hold up. There is some dirt here. I believe I moved you to the right layer. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we can see
Yeah.
like townhouses around.
Some dirt all over here, which seems to be with deep roots underneath the trees themselves. You also see that there is some pure black, almost glassy stones, which create like a stone walkway. They do kind of clink if you're wearing boots, like you're stepping on like metal or glass, but they don't crack, and they are unbelievably reflective. There is also a fountain in the center of the town with it is a rather beautiful fountain with a depiction of what looks like a woman with her hands held to the sky holding what looks like a crescent moon. And the fountain bubbles and sprays water as if the moon is... The water comes down and up as if the moon gives the water into the fountain. Like, gives the water to the woman, and then it rolls off the woman into the fountain. The water is notably green, though. Additionally, behind the lodge, you can see what seems to be very, very dark, gnarly-looking woods. Which, Gildas, you just feel like a sense of almost foreboding from that direction.
No going there then.
As you're also looking around, you see another building to the left of the lodge. It looks a little bigger than the lodge. It also has a guard out front.
Also a bear on the roof.
Yes, there is a dead and stuffed bear on the roof. To your right, you see what looks like another building. You see a sign outside of it that has something in Sylvan.
Well, I turn to Davon, so he probably knows what's written on that.
Funny enough, there's signs on all the buildings. The lodge has a little like a plaque dangling from vines that also has something that says has a word in Sylvan. This building over here also has words in Sylvan, but there is a sign stamped into the ground, basically right in front of it, that has signs in Sylvan. As you're also trying to puzzle out what any of these signs mean, you see that the man that you met in the woods is sitting on the side of the fountain, playing his banjo, essentially. You can also see multiple cloaked figures who wander around to go about their business, wandering the streets here and there. They seem to have very dark black skin and pointed ears under their cloaks. You can't see their eyes, but you can see the tips of their nose and their mouths, and you can see like the points under the hood, essentially. There's also a square building with no doors at all. It is essentially if you know what a pagoda is, it's basically one of those. You can see pixies and sprites sputtering around it.
Are they just hanging around?
You see another building down past that to the south, and a building as well next to it. And you see some other buildings. This one over here has guards stationed out front of it. This one does as well. And from your positions, you can't tell that this one has guards, but judging from these two buildings seem to have guards and none of the other ones do. You both have enough insight to know that it's potentially possible that one of these might also have guards. And at the far southern side of the town, there is a giant hedge of just thick brambles. It is impenetrable.
Well, darling, seems like we're only allowed to visit this part of town.
Seems so. We're surrounded by woods and black stone. Delon's actually gonna roll. He knows like a handful of Sylvian because of the Lesse, but he's never particularly. He doesn't know the language yet, so I'm gonna have him try to read some of the signs.
Yeah,
He knows
make me
Elvish.
like a history roll for that, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 19. That's not bad.
19. Alright. So with the
That's not bad.
19, Delon, you
Mhm.
know that you know enough Elvish to attempt to kind of stitch it together. It takes you a bit because it's not a language that you know really well. But with your Elvish knowledge that you can speak and read Elvish, looking at
Mhm.
this, it takes you a bit and some guessing. But eventually, you feel like this building says schoolhouse
Mhm.
or knowledge house or learned house or something like that.
Mhm.
The building you just came out of says lodge or rest house or hunter's home, something like that.
Mhm. Mhm.
This building says enforcement office or disciplinary office or prison.
I think it'd be like prison, like just like or like in Sylvian context because it's like horrible and sad. It's like the place of unmoving, like to be ensnared, the house of ensnarement. You're like, oh, that's prison. Oh,
This building you can figure out is
Mhm.
it seems to be ladies' home or girls' house, women's home, or something like that. In other cultures, you know that would be like almost like a gentleman's club. But considering the guards out front,
Yeah.
you can easily tell through context clues that's definitely not what this is.
No, they don't believe in that kind of stuff.
Without going around the village a little more to figure it out,
Mhm.
you couldn't take a further look at some of these.
Right. Well, my well, looking around to our left, to our right, I believe that would be where the constable may be, the enforcement office. Although in the Elvish the Sylvian tongue is a bit more primal. It does have the form of Elvish that is similar to a prison or to a snare. So I can only assume it's this. And if I'm correct, he turns around. This says Hunter's Home, so this should be the lodge. This would be where those who have hunted are rested. And then to our right would be a learned place. So I believe, but the word child is very similar. It seems in Sylvian to Elvish. So I assume that's a house of learning specifically for young, for the learned. And then to our
School, then.
A school, yes. Similarly, I believe so. And then to our right, to our left, farther left, that word is unmistakable. Women. And then, but the rest is similar to the lodge. So I assuming it's a woman's lodge or a home for women. I'm guessing by the guard standing by it, I don't think it's the type of woman lodge that was found in Asterium. I believe this is a protected abode.
Probably one of the places the CF forbade us from going.
Aye,
Well, strongly advised, really.
agreed. I can't see from a distance of the others, but at this point in time, this is what I can read. Thank goodness for even Valessa even knowing a bit of it. But Delon actually kind of notices, but wait a minute. Isn't that the man that we met before we arrived here? The one at the fountain?
It sure looks like him, yes. Now,
was
if
he
he
doing
followed
here?
us, or if he lives there, I don't know. I mean, shouldn't he be technically an outsider as well?
He should. He should, I would say.
Why don't we go and ask him? That way we can have a better look at what's beyond the
Let's
fountain.
see.
Really?
Yes, let's do so.
Alright. Well, to the fountain. Morning, Mr. Hillbilly, how do you doing?
You say that in character?
No.
With Gildas, I'm never
Hill-
sure. With Gildas, I'm
Welcome,
never
you
sure.
Welcome,
Well, I
you
mean, would the
hillbilly
hillbillies
asshole.
would exist though?
I'd say roughly that there would be terms for that, yeah. They'd be called like mountain people, though.
That's how you call Goliath.
The slang term for Goliath. Yeah, still on. You can move your token as well if you wanted.
Oh, okay,
Because this is like a free roam area.
cool.
So if where you move, you get to do stuff. But as you approach him, he keeps playing his music, and eventually he looks up at you. Top of the morning.
Top of the morning.
Morning. I haven't really got his name. Well, we got his title, I think. What is it? Have it easy. Ah, there we go.
How are you enjoying the village?
Fine enough. Although I don't believe this is what they meant when they meant the wood elf village.
Really?
Oh. More in a kind of esoteric way, I suppose. Primordial.
He just gives a grin at that.
Well, really, when you think about it, presented us with 2 paths. You had the right one, which would have been believed the right wood elves, the one we were thinking of. And the left path, the one out of left field. You know, the wood elves we wouldn't think of. Am I right?
From a certain point of view, I suppose.
Now you're thinking with your noggin.
Regardless, we are here at this point in time. I assume we should then thank you. You headed us towards safe lodgings. So thank you.
You're welcome. You seemed rather weary and tired.
Yes, we had come from a situation.
Situation?
Aye. Battles and such.
Lots of battles happening in the woods.
I suppose so. It was differently natured.
I see.
Yes, sir. Oh. What brings you here?
Passing through,
I see.
looking for somebody.
Are you?
A big fish. He escaped my net. Been doing so for many years.
So he's the same kind of fish we're looking for.
I don't know what kind of fish you're looking for,
We'll
but
see.
I can tell you this.
Oh, go ahead.
And he puffs on his cigar a bit and blows out some smoke, picks it out of the air, and hands it to you. It seems to take the form of a wanted poster.
Aha. Well, let's take a look at it then.
It's a wanted poster that shows what seems to be a young-looking man with... One moment. A young-looking man with a very punchable grin on his face. No, just a curly, like almost like D'Artagnan style curly Q mustache. A ponytail, and he seems to have a rapier on his back, a big feathered hat, and he has a he also has a cloak on. He looks rather familiar, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Like I already saw. I took a look at the posters. It's like, have a big smile. It's like $30. It's like, that's him, isn't it? Well, like, hand you the poster.
Unmistakably.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess we know why he's in there.
I suppose so.
Probably.
Marshall, where was he coming from, out of curiosity?
Who?
This person. Did he just walk into town?
Oh, the person you're speaking to?
No, the, Tulio. Where did Tulio come from, basically? We all know he's Tulio.
Tulio, you have not seen him in the village. Last you saw him, he sprinted down the mountain path, eagerly rushing for the Wood Elf village.
Right, but like, he's got the rapier and everything. He's got a big hat. Are we not talking about the same guy? No. Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, well, I think we know he's from Nebulum, and I think last session we pieced together that that man we're talking to is part of Nebulum's folklore as well.
Oh, right. Oh, so, yeah. So... Sorry, I was confusing it.
You're good.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I think probably we should give our buyer a leave.
Yeah, this man, Jay Spacey, handed you a wanted poster for what looks like a Three Musketeer, essentially. One of the Three Musketeers. Which looks like a very young Tulio. Like 20s or so.
Pretty long.
Well... Well... The attire certainly is interesting. The style. I don't see too much of that anymore.
No.
Yes.
He's a dangerous, lecherous vagabond. Steal your valuables as well as your women's chastity. He's my mark, you see.
I see. Well, I assume with you on the chase, he doesn't have long then.
Remains to be seen. Been tailing him. Left where he was before. And now he's somewhere around these parts. He keeps giving me the slip.
Hmm.
Have you seen him?
No, none at this time.
At
The line's
this
truthful.
time.
At this moment, he is not. At this time, I've not seen him.
When did you see him last?
Hmm. Truth be told, a man of this caliber and skill. What say you, Sir Gildas? When was the last time we'd seen someone like this?
Oh, I think it was back when we took care of those bandits in Nebulum. There was one fella such as him among them.
Right. It was the bandit camp that we cleared, yes?
Yes.
Right.
I see.
Assumed we said.
So that was you.
Oh, you heard of it?
Of course. Right headache for certain individuals. Good business for me.
Hmm. Well, then I wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna keep playing. People here real kind. Give me several currency for playing. What about you?
Hmm.
And he hooks his foot into a aluminum cup as he lifts it up, kicks it, and balances it on his ankle. Inside is a almost mercury colored lumps of metal.
Uh-huh. Probably don't know what that is.
You do not know what that is, Gildas. You've never seen this metal and you've
Oh.
not worked with it before.
I'll roll history. Why not?
Go ahead.
I have 14.
14. So, along with a 14, you've heard of a metal like this, but it has no value. Like, it's literally throw off. It's castaway. It's electrum. Nobody uses it because it's corrosive and unbelievably poisonous.
Delon's gonna step a little bit further away. Because he knows that it is.
The
And
only
kinda
thing that seems to keep it is either a mithril bag, which is how most people carry it, or for some reason, it has a very hard time corroding aluminum.
Yeah, Delon's just gonna kind of tap. That's the bad.
No pay? Fair enough. And he kicks his ankle a little, and the cup just lands gingerly back on the ground and keeps playing.
Delon gestures and says, is the coin you're utilizing only that type of coin?
Only currency I accept.
And then unfortunately, my good sir, we can't, we have none of it on our persons.
Unfortunate indeed. Or perhaps fortunate.
Okay.
What'd you say?
This time I'm seeing that kind of coin too.
It is, if I recall correctly, he leans over. It's a coin, type of currency. I've heard of it sparingly from a few sources. Called electrum. Corrosive to the touch. Poisons you over time. It's only carried in aluminum bags. Otherwise, it's a byproduct, almost completely useless. Unless you're in a very specific culture that utilizes it as currency,
Hmm.
which I assume this gentleman here goes to one of those.
Well, honestly, if such a culture utilize that the word difficult. Uh, so I said you need an aluminum. That might be worth taking a look into.
Aluminum or mithril bag? Mithril if you want no residual contact. Aluminum if you just want to go on the cheap, slow the process down.
Oh,
Hmm.
darling, remind me when we get to the Woodale village, to make a purse out of with the check we have. That could be useful later.
It could be. I will do so. I'll duly noted. The
Mithril
one actually
bags
does
don't
take out a
corrode.
journal.
Very useful.
Hmm. Delana actually takes out a little journal and dots it down. Well then, stranger, unfortunately we cannot pay you, and all we can give is our thanks. Uh, however, Delan will take out a couple coins. You are free to have any alcohol in the lodge, I'm sure.
He holds up a hand to you, stopping playing for but a moment. I don't drink. Just smoke.
Food, perhaps?
He reaches around his back and reaches into his dusty, dirty coat and reveals a leaf-wrapped piece of bread.
I see.
Elvish rations.
If that's the case, then I apologize.
No need.
Well then, sir, I will leave you to your playing and wish you a good day.
And I wish you one good day as well.
That'll be third.
I'm gonna step back now.
As you take a step back,
Mm-hmm.
Uluru marches up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Your horse bit me.
What?
I got on his back. He did not like it.
Did you ask him if you would want to be on his back?
He said try me, so I did.
Come, where is the injury?
She just holds up her like clawed hand. It's not hurt, but she just is informing you that he bit you. He bit her essentially.
Come. There's no way to. He's just gonna walk over to Alessi. Alessi.
Felicity just looks up, has an apple in his mouth. He just takes a bite, like very slowly, just crunch.
Mm-hmm. Alessi, why would you do such a thing? Your sister should give you an apple.
Felicity rolls his eyes and just like flicks his tail in her direction.
That is rude. There is no way. He's like, that is rude, and that is no way to treat someone who's given you a gift, especially a lady. Now you apologize post haste. If you had no intention of letting her ride you, or at least be on your back, you should have made it more commonly known.
Felicity like turns to you and is just giving you like the most shit. Like, are you serious right now? Look, as you could imagine.
He's like, she asked you intent. You received an apple. Is that correct? Don't lie to me.
He just swallows the last piece of the apple, and then you swear he says, "What apple?"
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sure. The one inside your gullet. One you just ate. I didn't give it to you. She presumably gave it to you. Isn't that right? Forgive me. Lady Uluru, yes?
Yes, Uluru.
Yes. Well, her ladyship gave you. Her ladyship at least gave you something. It's enduring of some form of respect. Now come off this bed. Now apologize now. At least owe her that much. You bid her after all.
Velasay gives a small sigh and just walks over.
Mm-hmm. Does he like do the thing and just like scratch his ground? Like, I don't want to run.
He sighs, but it does just come over because you told him to leave the like bed of hay, correct?
Yeah, I told him to leave the bed of hay and to apologize to this woman.
Oh, okay. So he gets off the bed of hay with a sigh, slowly walks over, approaches Uluru, and he stares at her. She seems to stare back, and then eventually she nods. You are forgiven.
Yeah.
Can I ride you now?
Mm.
Velasay just sighs and looks at you, pointed like, how do you get it?
Lady Uru, it seems that my stalwart companion here is not interested in letting anyone else he does not deem interested in riding him. And such it seems to be his decision. And respectfully, he asks you not to.
Fine. No more apples.
That's a fair conceit. I'm terribly sorry for all the trouble.
What trouble? I had
You
fun.
wish to... Huh. She's a strange one. Such a strange person. Now, come now. I have to clean. You've been out in the hay all day. All night. I'm gonna have to clean your tassels. Can't have you gallivanting all around in mud and dirt.
I'm sorry. I posted something and it's breaking my concentration for a moment.
I love you, Daddy.
It's because of Oliver's voice.
Do it. That's
Can I
the
ride you?
I think it's like from step 4. So
This is from like Trek Forever After, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 4th one. Yeah.
Not my favorite, honestly the worst one in my opinion. But it's just me.
Yeah. Alrighty, Ram, it's all you.
Oh, and I will say before I transition to Gildos, as you begin cleaning Velasay, he tells you that when night came, they brought him into the pagoda where the other pixies and fairies were essentially.
Oh. Interesting. I'm glad he's safe.
He also tells you that while he was in there, he couldn't see or hear anything outside for some reason.
I was probably completely protected. It's like, you see and hear nothing, and I can't see or hear you.
But alright. With that, I'll move over to Gildos. So Gildos, what are you doing at the moment?
Well, since we're by the fountain right now, I'm just gonna take a look at it and like see why the water is green. I mean, I know why probably, but so I want to make sure.
So as you approach the fountain is very clean. So it's not green from dirt or mold.
It's just the water is green.
As you're looking at the fountain curiously, the two cloaked figures that are standing directly beside you turn around, and one speaks first in a tongue that you don't understand, He pauses as if waiting for a response, and then licks his lips for a moment, and then slowly says in common, "Is this your first time?"
It is indeed.
Ah! Fountain's very beautiful. His common's pretty bad.
Right. I mean, it's fine. My English is pretty bad. So well, it is. I've been appreciating the craftsmanship and all. Most likely represent, well, a bit of your culture and all that. I mean, I know you're very fond of the moon. And, well, actually, let me ask you, who is that supposed to be?
Both of them look up to the statue, then incline their heads and mutter a prayer, before the one that was speaking to you before speaks in common again. First Blood Huntress, founder of Enclave.
Uh-huh.
The other one speaks up. First Matriarch.
Oh, so the first matriarch was also a blood huntress. Is that not the case anymore?
They shake their heads. One old, cloaked figure walks over and speaks in better common. Stop misleading the stranger. It's not the case. For your information.
Oh, so
They can be one and the same. Doesn't mean they are. Don't expect a foreigner like you to know. So allow me to educate you.
please do so.
The other two nod seemingly in thanks and begin like walking away a little bit. They don't go very far. They just hang around the pagoda.
Eavesdropping.
No.
Oh, come on, takes one to know one.
The person that was talking comes around the fountain, steps next to you, and points up to the fountain. Don't remember her name. Her name's been lost a long time ago. Seer knows. I don't get to go in the lodge, though, so I don't get to hear it. But you see, she was the first blood huntress. She was the one to taste of the moon. She gathered disciples, and eventually she realized that she had too many to keep roaming as a tribe. And so she settled her enclave, settling here in a location where she eventually instructed others in the right ways to live.
So, actually, well, let's say that. So, well, she was a blood huntress before founding the village. Am I correct?
Good, you're a quick study.
Right. No, you see, I'm just wondering because she was a blood huntress, but I believe here, to become a blood huntress, you have to taste the moon as well. So, which came first, actually? Like,
Can't
I'm
have
just
a
looking-
village without having a matriarch, but you can't have a matriarch without a village. No need
No.
for a matriarch if you don't got a village to settle down in.
No, that was not my question. What I mean is that, well, was the practice of drinking the moon a thing when she became a blood huntress, or was it something after? Well,
All I know is she was the first one to taste the moon. If that Iramu
Right.
girl seen wandering around, you could talk to her, I suppose. She's always real sharing.
you're right. I think I'll ask her next because that really intrigues me. Because
We'll make eye contact. She likes to let loose an arrow if she thinks you look at her wrong.
well, look at her wrong, not as well as a damn. Please, thank you, but
My condolences for your testicles, then.
well, it's well protected, I assure you. But well, you see, well, I'm really curious about elves, really, because you see, apparently, you all wear the same people at some point. And now, well, you see, you have elves,
No, you
you
don't.
have you. Right. Well, you have your cousin up north. We'll see that.
Good enough.
Right. Then you have you, Sylvan. Then your other cousin, though, southwest, something. Not exactly sure where the heart of the forest is, but you know, don't blame me. I'm a foreigner.
I'll blame you because you're a foreigner.
Right. I'm just wondering, is this the oldest enclave there is? Oh, Because what was life before? Well,
Before the
how was?
enclaves, you'd have to ask
Before
the
you.
seer.
Aha.
He'd know.
Right. I just want to know more about your civilization before splitting up in 3 parts. Like, unfortunately, your cousin up north weren't really much of an help,
Never are.
as expected.
Never are.
Well,
Oh, look at me, I'm an elf. Yeah, you ain't no
Please.
elf.
Well, you're speaking like a dwarf. But, well, see, the problem is, they must have had information about that, but it's all written in Elvish. Unfortunately, the only lick of Elvish I speak is the candle lick you use to turn pages of a book. So, not very much, you see.
I get you. You know just enough to be offensive.
Exactly.
Like those
Well, I
kids over
wish.
there. Know just
wish.
enough cum to be offensive.
See the kids take a few steps back, walking further away.
Well, wait. You say kids, but they're not young bloods, are they?
Nah,
Right.
recent graduates.
Uh-huh.
They don't teach them like they used to.
Right.
I've
well,
lived in this enclave all my life, and I'm speaking common better than you are.
But do you see a lot of foreigners pass by?
Never. Never a lot.
Well, that makes sense.
Only foreigners that come through are by accident or unless they want to be here. There were some foreigners that came through a bit ago. Real rude types bumping around. They walked into our workshop, messed with people in there, made sure they bought up everything, and then left. Paid in Electrum.
Were they the same one that were wearing the cloaks and all that? The seer talked about them.
You're wearing cloaks, alright. Seem real private types. Honestly, I was happy when they came in and just left. Wasn't very happy when they decided to start showing up and
I'm not supposed to say that.
Ah, it's fine. Just say we won't do the same kind of thing. But back to the fountain. I was wondering. Usually water is clear, or at least blue in color. But either I'm really colorblind or something, but this water here is green.
You're not colorblind, it's green.
Uh-huh. I was scared for a moment, but
You
Is
may
there a
be a
reason to?
foreigner, but you ain't blind. I can tell that much.
right. So my question is, why? Why is it green?
Because it's pure, unadulterated magical water.
So essentially holy water. Well, same kind.
Not really holy water. More like. Here, let me show you.
As he reaches into his pack, takes out what looks like a kriss, cuts his arm, and then basically gets a small handful of the water and dribbles it on his arm. His arm heals instantly.
Wow. I... So this is healing water.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Though that's
see
my
the-
daily usage up. I'm not supposed to use any more than that.
Uh-huh.
Spend a night in the disciplinarian's office if I do.
So I don't think I'm allowed to take some either.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Right.
Not if you don't want to spend a night in the disciplinarian's office, a foreigner.
Should I ask then? Well, if I see the constable, I think I'll ask first, see if I'm allowed to or not. If I'm not, well, I'll behave and wait. I will see what I've seen. Well, from what I've heard of all of you, you're really nice people. Well, the kind of people I like, so I don't really want to be on the bad side.
Yeah. Being on the bad side of the people in higher power is never a good idea. If I get on the bad side of the seer, I'm gonna have to be cleaning his cellar for 3 weeks straight. If I get on the bad side of the matriarch, well, my wife is gonna kill me. If I get on the bad side of the patriarch, my son is gonna kill me. If I get on the bad side of the disciplinarian, I'm gonna spend 3 months in the brig. Then I do community service.
Right. The one thing I noticed about your village is that rules are pretty strict. Almost shockingly so, in a way.
Nah. They're all good rules. Just make sure you follow them, don't break them.
Right. Well, I suppose you've lived your whole life with them, so you'd be used to that. Just me, myself, well... I mean, we do have laws, contrary to what some of the young bloods believe. It's just that... they're mostly only restrictive if you plan on breaking them in the first place.
Well, then our laws are similar. They're not restrictive unless you intend on breaking them.
But you know, it's like now hearing it from him is like, you know, now that you say that, oh, well then again, that's my nature. Just maybe just into the law, neither breaking it or really truly following it. Just living the life. Well, You mentioned a workshop, didn't you?
Aye.
Do you mind giving me directions to it? See, I mean, all the signboards are not legible for me.
I'll make sure you don't get lost. Come here.
Uh-huh. I'll follow him and
Pagoda
I think we can...
for spirits.
Uh-huh. Right.
Go there to pray.
He points this way. Men's home, where the men live.
Wait, oh,
Building to the left of the fountain was the women's home. Women live there. Women folk.
right. So they're going there.
He stops in front of this building.
Ash the workshop.
Aha.
Anyone's allowed to use it as long as they put the tools back. And they make sure that if they're going to be using materials, they bring their own. Or if you don't have your own, workshop owner's more than happy to sell you some.
Well, you have my tools already. I'm just curious about materials or the craftsmanship.
He's the best
Actually,
craftsman in the village.
I forgot to mention, but I'll probably like put on my elvish, my mithril armor on. No, I'm going out, so I probably can see it.
He hasn't really mentioned anything about it.
Right. Come on, old man, give me directions.
Border wall.
Uh-huh.
Keeps all the undesirables out. Usually.
So he looks over his shoulder at you.
Oh well. Clearly magical means don't mean anything.
Feast hall. Get hungry? Eat there. Lunch, dinner, breakfast, feast hall. Though if
Well,
you're
that's good
part
to
of the leading group, your feast hall's in the lodge up that way. Or if you're
Well,
part of
nothing-
the blood huntresses, you eat in the lodge.
Well, nothing's stopping me from eating at either, really.
Suppose not. Being a guest of that blood huntress. Just passing through, don't worry.
Right. Just nod.
They exchange words in Sylvan, and the old man takes a step back.
Right. We're a little too close, I guess. I'm just showing them, like I'm saying to you, just showing you. Youngblood home. Don't get too close. Kids in there, you know.
Right. Well, essentially everywhere to the west, they'll go.
That there's schoolhouse. Now, don't get me wrong. I've heard you foreigners think of school as just for children.
He actually suddenly raises a hand up, and he pokes you in the forehead, touching like your circlet at the same time.
But don't go thinking that around here. We never stop learning. Only fools and children think that they stop learning because they graduated. Anyone's allowed in there. You want to learn? You go schoolhouse. You want to learn a skill? Go to schoolhouse. You got questions? You can ask your elders, or you can go to the schoolhouse.
Indeed.
He points down the way.
That there's women home that I mentioned earlier. Now, while foreigners are here, all women sleep in there and all men sleep in there. But usually when foreigners are here, we are allowed to sleep in our own areas if we're married. But while foreigners are here, all men, All women.
So I've heard, yes.
Especially single folk. Gotta keep them away from each other. Till they're ready, you know. Enforcement office. Go over there if you have a problem, or if you believe that one of your brethren has wronged you. You get the enforcement office involved. Or if you're the one doing the wronging, you get brought to the enforcement office. Or
And he starts going down like a long list of things that just would bring you to the enforcement office. He's talking for 30 minutes at least.
Or you actually make a pass at at your brother's woman. That's going to trip to the enforcement's office and likely account for banishment.
I'll keep all that in mind. Well, better.
The bear on top, I heard that was a trophy, and they were supposed to put it in the inside, but they couldn't fit it in the door. And after eventually struggling with it, they just decided to put it on the roof.
Well,
That way is
a factor, I suppose.
it is rather intimidating. Big old dire bear on the roof. That air heads into the deep woods, deep forest. Heart of the forest is that way. Honestly, don't head that way. Just don't do it. Not unless you got a guide. You'll either get eaten, get hunted, get killed, disappear, come back, maybe not the same. You never know.
Well, honestly, it's good that you mention it, because for the get-go, when I went outside the lodge and took a look at the forest, I'll just say I had a good instinct just not to go there.
Got good instinct, should keep you alive. That area's forest. I'd recommend only going about 60 feet outside the forest, outside the village into the forest. You can forage what you want out there. Just don't take too much. Take bare minimum, only what you need. Otherwise, forest won't like it. May disappear. May come back, not the same. And if you go too far out that way, you'll probably find yourself back here. Don't ask me why.
What?
And he actually points both this way and very high up into the tree line.
See the tree line there? Focus real hard, then look a little past it. You see that little hill there? Looks like a little mountain thingy sticking right out of the tree line, just the tip there.
Right. Well, if I follow the conversation right, this should be where the castle is.
Mm-hmm. That there tip is a tall tower, hidden behind the tree line, obscured by the mists and haze of the swamp. But if you focus real hard on a beautiful day like this, you can see just the high tower. That's the high castle. Filled with spirits, nasty critters, spiders, I heard, just all sorts of undesirable things. We don't go there. Well,
Actually, who goes there?
I heard blood huntresses go there for final training.
Ah, I see.
Just a neglected, dead, run-down old castle fort from long before our time. Heard it was there when wars were happening. The forest was smaller at the time. At least that's what the seer told me. I was a little drunk.
No, he was right. The forest was smaller at some point. Sure.
And that should keep you from getting into trouble.
He pats you on the shoulder like a grandfather would and begins walking away.
Now stay out of trouble.
Thank you, old man.
Wait a minute. I need to go this way. Hungry.
I love how Gildas always tracks like the old men. So it's like, hey, I'm only like, it's like only like almost getting 30, you know? And they're like, oh, almost one of us, eh? I got like you're like 75, and you're like, yeah, 30 years till you get to be one of us. Isn't that great? Let me introduce
halfway
you
there.
to exactly. Let me introduce you to all my medals and all the wars I fought in.
Yeah, then. I go to the workshop already. Yeah, I think I'll go up and make my way to the workshop and we can transition over to Dan.
Alrighty.
It's like an idea.
So Dolan, after you see Gildas walking around with one of the cloaked figures as you're cleaning Velisay. Eventually, after you finish cleaning Velisay, he gives you a nod in thanks.
Yeah. Better take care of my horse.
After the nod of thanks, though, he does also kind of gesture towards the deep forest. And he just like shakes his head.
Yeah.
Just straight, you know, he's warning you against heading that way.
Yeah. I was thinking something similar. Seems for the time being we're trapped in here for the most part. Oh god, what is that witch up to now?
Going into the deep forest.
Oh, I'm assuming she knows what she's doing.
Yes, very much so.
Cool. So he's gonna look over to Leslie. Alright, try not to get into trouble. Alright, old sport.
Velisay nods.
I'm gonna head to the constable or the enforcement office.
Alright. So as you get to the enforcement office, you see there's a guard out front. He's wearing the same cloak as everyone else, but you see there is a pen that looks like looks like a ebony moon on his cloak, and you can tell he's wearing black, almost black metallic looking armor, and he has a saber under his cloak.
Morning.
He pauses, looks briefly to you, says something in Sylvan, which you vaguely feel like might have been like a good morning.
Begging your pardons, but I wish to speak with the constable if he's available at this time. He was supposed to bring me a document of rules so that I might read over.
He nods at this. He performs some sort of a spell, but you're not sure which one. You hear a side door open and some footfalls coming.
Ah. Good morning, Sir Constable.
He gives you a single nod and then looks to his man, says something in Sylvan very quickly as if barking an order. The gentleman then goes inside, closes the door, and you hear tumblers locking. And then he turns to you. Yes, it is good morning.
You said, I did not see you arrived with the documents of late. We spoke about it last night.
Yes.
I didn't know if you would created them yet or wait for another day.
I was drafting them this morning. As he says this, he reaches into his coat, retrieves a envelope with a seal inked, like a wax seal already stamped on it, and hands it to you.
Oh, thank you.
I did you the pleasure of making it written in Sylvan in case you wish to know the properly worded execution without the interpretation in common. I also put it in common so that you could understand it.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Oftentimes we can have misinterpretations even in switching from languages, and I want to make sure I'm letter of it.
Yes, I also do not wish for this to be an opportunity for miscommunication to be brought into the court of law.
Thank you. Delam will tuck it into his, I guess, side satchel. Oh, I wish to speak on the trading aspects. We spoke of it very briefly last night. I know you said you had issues with. Is there a manner in which we can speak on possible trading? Or setting something up of that thing? If it's an issue of supplies, I can assure you, we do have the coin and or tradables if necessary.
There will be no further discussion of trading at this time. Instead, mingle with the village. Let us observe you as you mingle.
I
And
see.
if you wish to make a purchase, the workshop is over that way. So he points down the way to the workshop.
Ah, I see. Oh, I also wish, I don't know who I should thank. Perhaps you might know. My steed, my good friend, was allowed to stay inside the pagoda last night, assumably to take care of him. I greatly appreciate it. Is there anyone I need to speak to thank for that?
Ah. I had the young blood that was there last night do that as punishment. He needed to learn responsibility, and by making sure that he could guide Velar's steed into the pagoda for its own safekeeping, he learned humility, as well as responsibility for another's life. Something I hope he does not soon forget.
Nor do I. In either case, I know we are not allowed to speak to young bloods. If you would be so kind as to thank him in my stead.
I will do so, and he will also be at the lodge tonight.
Thank you. In any case, I hate to take any of your time. You seem extremely busy, so I will make my leave. Thank you.
He just gives you a serious nod.
Oh, so serious. When so serious.
He watches you leave, and only once you're out of his sight, and you could feel his gaze on you, does he eventually return to his office, essentially.
He's an
he's watching Wazowski.
He's an automatic man. Alright, I guess I'm gonna follow suit. I might as well go to the workshop.
Alright.
There's nothing really else we could really go to. Not allowed in the schoolhouse.
There's civilians out in the street.
I guess.
Allowed in the schoolhouse, right?
Yeah, you're allowed in the schoolhouse. You're allowed in the schoolhouse, just not the young blood home.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know
Schoolhouse
that.
is just not being. Basically, school's canceled while foreigners are here.
Oh.
Much to the young blood's appreciation.
Yes, the young bloods would appreciate not being in school. You know what? F it. I'll check the workshop later. I'm gonna check out the schoolhouse. I'm curious. Poke my head in.
So you find that the schoolhouse doors are open, which means that you can step in. And as you poke your head in, you see cloaked figures are kind of wandering the halls. Some are like dusting or sweeping. Others are reading books. Most of them seem to be women from their appearances, from their figures. One looks up and walks up to you. She has a pin on her cloak, and that seems to be a book on the pin. I'm sorry. Are you here to learn something? She speaks very fluent common.
Oh. Okay. All right. He nods. I saw that the doors were open, which meant, if I am correct, that foreigners are allowed to step inside?
Yes, if a door is open, one may enter.
Thank you. Apologies. I am Delan Asilius Gilame. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
You may call me headmistress.
Thank you, your ladyship. Um, Forgive me, I have so many questions I do not know where to ask. This is a house of learning, correct?
Yes, all may learn here. Many of all ages come to learn here.
What do you teach, headmistress?
All things that we can teach.
I suppose it's quite a bit vague. What subjects then?
All subjects. Practical skills,
Mm,
knowledge, book learned, languages,
Languages.
healing, magic, crafting, alchemy.
Alchemy?
Yes. We of the Enclave are very adept at the practice of alchemy. The process of converting one thing into another.
Forgive me, I've not heard of such thing. Assumably he maybe like a concept in a fantasy.
The only thing he knows of alchemy is potion making is the only thing that's similar. And it's more considered herbology than anything.
Right, he's just forgive me, is it similar to potion making?
Potion making is indeed alchemy.
Are you saying the field is larger than that then? Alchemy is larger.
Oh yes, much larger. One can turn, for instance, one metal into another. If you have a significant amount of said metal, you could turn it into another, of almost exclusively richer quality. For instance, if you had an abundance of copper, you could turn this abundance of copper into an insignificant amount of silver. If you had an abundance of silver, you could turn it into an insignificant amount of gold. And if you had more gold that could fill up this entire village, you could turn it into one insignificant piece of platinum.
That seems like a rather waste.
It is, in a sense. Converting metals is not really an efficient use of alchemy. Instead, it is much more practical and useful to turn things that you have plenty of into something that you do not wish to have to take too much of. For people such as us, alchemy is a lifeblood, for we only take the bare necessities, and that does mean that there are some things that we simply cannot harvest without taking too much and angering the forest itself. As such, alchemy is our boon.
Fascinating. I would like to know more of this alchemy. And tell me, do you teach Sylvian here?
Yes, we do. We teach the mother tongue, we teach common. We do not teach anything else but the mother tongue and common. We do not teach what is known as Elvish, as it is not the mother tongue, and it is an inferior version. If you can speak the mother tongue, you can speak Elvish.
I see. So it is a more primordial and originator in the tongue.
Yes. I believe foreigners have a root language which is the basis for common.
Yes, we do.
It's very similar to this. Sylvan is the basis for Elvish, however, the basis for Sylvan is Druidic. The basis for Druidic is primordial.
Tree goes long then. Yes then. If it is possible, I would like to learn both of these things. I don't believe... or anything else, I suppose, you'd be willing to teach me. I am curious about your people, and I'd be more than willing to trade what needed be to teach anything you would like to know.
She holds up a single hand. We have no need of learning things from you. Do not take this in ill faith. It is simply that we do not wish to know of you.
is there a reason?
We know of ourselves, and teaching everything we know, anything that we have learned and gained amongst our own people to our people, it keeps us content and prideful, but also teaches us humility as well. Teaches us to appreciate what the generations that came before us have learned and grown upon. By teaching things that outside cultures have taught, it muddies that result.
Then, how do I learn from you and do nothing to exchange in it? It feels like robbery.
It is no such thing. You are learning. You are a student.
Then, if that
Knowledge is free.
I appreciate that then. And if that is so, I would like to learn. If you'll have me, of course.
To teach a foreigner would be your great honor.
To learn of your ways, of course.
Come this way. We have many rooms available, but I will escort you to one that we shall not be disturbed upon. Classes have been cancelled and dismissed due to your current infiltration into the village.
Infiltration.
Ah, pardon. That is what it is called.
Then perhaps I might explain the negative connotation that comes with it.
No need. It is viewed mostly negatively. She says this with a smile, however, as if she's just teaching. There's as if she does not feel any ill will to you, she's just informing you of it.
Right. I see. If I may ask, where does this negativity towards the foreigners come from? It must be a progenitor of some nature.
It is from before my time, but it is a story that has been told many times.
Perhaps when we find time in between the material, you might speak of it? And your legends, perhaps?
Yes, I can do as much.
Moon goddess.
Ah, to speak of the moon goddess. Now that would take much too long.
Another time, then. Delon's just gonna stay there for a bit.
Alrighty.
Let Gildas get to working on the materials.
So Delon, I want you to make me, before I switch over to Gildos, I want you to make me a, roll me intelligence, actually. Just a flat intelligence.
Oh god.
Be smart.
Don't be a dummy. Oh!
There we go.
Very nice!
A crit!
Gildos, that's my boy!
My boy.
Alrighty, so with the 22, nat 22.
I'm where Harkin sneezes.
Alright, so you will learn from this, since you already know Elvish, it was not very difficult for you. You now can add the language Sylvan to your list of known languages on your sheet.
In one day?
Nat 20.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, applied language.
Alright. And now to Gildos.
Oh,
Alright.
sorry, I was trying to type.
You're good.
My bad.
So Gildos, as you walk towards the workshop and kind of like get near it, you hear what sounds not so much like the banging of metal, but almost like a hammer chiseling on wood. And as you walk in, you see a drow that has an eye patch on is sitting kind of like cross-legged on the ground with a big old elephant's tusk in his lap, and he's got a hammer and chisel, and he's carving into it.
was gonna watch him for a while, actually.
As you watch him
Yes.
for a bit, he doesn't really pay you much mind, just continuing to work. And he turns this one little elephant's tusk into a life-size ivory statue in no time flat. It's beautifully detailed. It looks like a statue of the current matriarch, actually. Once he's finished, he gingerly places it on the ground and dusts himself off a bit. He kind of walks around in a circle, looking at it to make sure everything's right, eventually nodding to himself with both hands on his hips.
Well, I assure you, I'm a good man. You've done a good work.
He turns to you as if he only just now noticed you. He says something very quickly in a language you don't understand,
Of course.
then seems to realize you don't quite comprehend it, and tests a different language, which sounds like Elvish, and then a different language, which sounds like Gnomish of all things.
Huh?
Then he just finally sighs, grumbles to himself in the first language, crossing his arms over his chest, before looking like upwards as if thinking for a moment, his mouth opening and closing if he's like trying to remember something. And then eventually he says like it's good work.
Yeah, to see him struggle, I'll say. I'm sorry I tend to have that effect on people around here. Alright. I'm more in the more guttural languages than the more sophisticated ones. I'm trying to learn, but, you know, it's a bit slow, shall we say.
He nods and says to you back, slow learning. He looks you up and down for a moment though, and then finally says, crafter?
I nod. Say, indeed I am. From far away, but bit curious about, well, your craftsmanship, your people.
He turns around and gestures with one of his hands just all over the workshop, and just says, craftsmanship.
Indeed. That's why, you know, took the liberty of watching you. And
He points at you and then says, quick learning? And then he
Well,
shrugs,
yes.
slow learning.
Right. We'll see. I just wanted to my mouth and say, yeah, slow learning, then point at the statue, quick learning.
He nods, and you see like a smile on his face. And he points to his mouth, slow learning, points to the crafts, quick learning.
I just nod and laugh. It's like, alright. So. Well. Seems like you're, well, shit, what's the word again? A regular in this workshop, so mind giving me a tour?
He nods and begins leading you around. He just immediately he just puts his tools on his hips, essentially on his belt, walks over and he gestures to one counter which has multiple materials in vine woven baskets. He puts his hand in and lets like some crystalline black shards like weave through and fall into the basket. And he thinks for a moment and then snaps his fingers and says, ebony.
So that from the tree, right? I think.
He nods. He then points to a different to like a ceramic pot with chunks of what looks like the same material but denser and heavier. He picks one up with both hands. Ebony. Then he puts it down and he mimes like a pickaxe gesture.
Ebony metal?
He nods.
Was just no quirk in my head. It's like, is that even possible? I mean,
He nods, says like you think about if it's possible. He nods and he says one word. Alchemy.
uh-huh. Charles, well, I just want to take a look at it myself, like real quick before moving on. Just, have a grasp. I mean, yeah, I guess, alchemy is like, yeah, sure, I'll solve it. I didn't say so. Well, actually, I'm gonna try something later, actually. But yeah, just taking a look at the thing, I'll motion to him to continue.
He nods and walks over, and he pulls out. He comes to another basket. This one with what looks like pieces of bone, and he just like holds the basket up to you, just gestures to it. Ivory.
Aha.
Then he puts that down. He walks over to a different entire section of the workshop, and he just shows you like a wall. Leather. And you just see lots of different animal hides, like ready to go. Like either ready to be turned into leather, ready to be fastened into something else, you name it. There's even like a tanning rack and other stuff.
What's the boy metal?
He keeps walking around. Eventually, he pauses, holds up one finger, walks behind the counter. You hear like a click of something, and then he pulls out like two different small baskets and he puts them down. Inside of each little basket is a single lump of something, and he points to one of them. It looks like it looks like a red metal with golden flecks in it.
Well, I think I know that one.
Star metal.
I don't. No. I mean, beside the color, what's the difference between regular metal and this?
He pauses for a moment, thinks, then picks it up. He actually grabs two what look like mithril gloves, and then picks it up. And he brings it slightly closer to you. You can feel how warm this is without even touching it.
Aha.
He then points to the golden flecks, which are not gold at all. They're like golden diamonds, if you will.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He then puts it back down, takes off the mithril gloves, puts them back on the counter, and then walks over to the other metal, which it looks like a chunk of raw steel. It looks like a chunk of raw steel. However, it has like a luminescence to it. He actually pauses and walks around the room, still holding the metal, and he proceeds to put out every source of light in the room. And only once all the flames are out does he hold it up, and it just shines with a moonlight glow.
So, before I even say something, probably gonna guess the name. Soon we had Star Metal. Like, considering everything, how that works and all. Like how good old thing, like how important it is. So I'll say moon metal, probably.
He snaps his fingers and nods, pointing at you.
Moon metal.
He gestures to you as if, do you want to hold it?
Of course I would, like, dude. You know,
He then places the moon metal in your hands. It's surprisingly lightweight, despite how heavy it appears to be. It's also ice cold to the touch.
well, now I know. Starting to think, like, which metal should I use? Because I'm like, on the other hand, you know, moon metal might suit her, like, perfectly. But at the same time, I'm like, star metal give warmth. But, like, sure, she doesn't feel that much. But, I feel like it'd be a nice gesture. She's like, yeah, she tells us she doesn't feel anything, but, you know, it's only her telling us. We don't know. Really, not her. I'm like, I mean, I could do half and half, but I'm not sure like how that could work. So,
As you're
So, like-
holding the moon metal, I'll also say this. The gentleman in front of you is like nodding. He's happy with himself, and suddenly someone walks in, and he's an elf with a beard, a peg leg, and he's got scars on his arms that you recognize as scars that would come from a smithing accident that would leave scars. He's also got an eye patch, and he seems to be missing some teeth. He walks over, bonks the other guy on the head, takes the medal from you, both medals, walks behind the counter, and you hear a locking gesture. And then he starts just laying into the dude in Sylvan. He does this for about 5 minutes, points, and just points towards the tanning beds, essentially, the backs where all the leather is. And the gentleman just sighs, gives you like a nod and a wave, and just starts like, you just hear him working on leather.
that's apprentices to you.
He approaches the counter afterwards, sizes you up, and then points at you and says something in Sylvan. He blinks for a moment, snaps his fingers.
Foreigner.
Yes, that is me.
Common then.
Right. Or you could speak Dwarvish or Orcish if you know that, but
He immediately says in Dwarvish,
Pass me an ale.
and then in Orcish,
Give me a hot bitch.
and then slips back into Common.
Good enough?
alright, good enough. More than good enough. Interchangeable even.
He laughs at that, actually. And he gives you like an appraising nod.
For a foreigner, you're not that bad. See, I leave the village every so often and deal with the other tribes, so I understand. As for Dwarvish, side business.
Right. Well, they're a good business partner, so
Hmm.
the best kind, really.
He crosses his arms in front of his chest and kind of just nods at you, staring for a moment, and then looks around.
Anything catch your interest?
Well, would everything be a good enough answer? Personally.
He smiles at that rather proudly and nods.
Yes, it would be.
Right. Because you see, I've been looking for inspiration to, see, there's a companion of mine who is in desperate need of some adequate protection. Fortunately, until now, I had no real idea of what to make or which material to use, but just seeing all you had to offer, now, well, let's just say the noggin is, working full steam.
He nods, and he thinks for a moment, stroking his beard, and then makes he mimes the gesture of a bow and arrow. Archer. Then he mimes the gesture of wielding a large sword. Swordsman. He mimes throwing a dagger. Agile fighter. And he says this with clearly a dismissal. Then he pauses, and he wiggles his fingers. Magic user.
So I'll just stop him and just go wiggle my finger. With the other hand, act like I have a big scythe and do some big cutting motion.
Oh, let's see.
That kind.
He nods, thinking to himself, snaps his fingers. Give me one moment. He walks into the back room, then comes in with what looks like a lockbox. He sets it down, puts in, it's a safe with a code actually, and he enters the code where you can't see, and then opens the top. He reaches in, and he has some, what look like, gloves of some sort. They're purplish, and they seem to glow. They also have jewels, and it almost looks like there is jewels woven into the threading of the gloves. Spell woven. Very difficult.
Pressure time. Actually, probably Arcana for that kind of thing.
Arcana, yes.
Yeah. Don't fail me now.
12.
I guess.
So let's see. Due to the fact that you're a blacksmith and with a 12 Arcana, Gildas, you would know of. I would say you would know because you're very big into smithing and crafting of all types, not just metal. Of a rumored to be dead method of making things, or potentially a complete forgery, like this is impossible to do, it's fake, that is spell weaving. It is essentially creating threads out of magic itself and then weaving it into gear.
Right, so just look at him dumbfounded and say, what, you said spell woven?
Yeah,
But
spell woven.
That's a lost art. Nobody's doing that anymore.
He gives you a confused look. Says who? Since when?
Says everybody I've met. And everything I've read.
He seems very confused by this, and you can tell it's genuine confusion. You don't have spell weavers where you are?
Well, I wish there would be, so I could learn from them, yes. Especially now.
He seems bewildered by this. Really? He just kind of rubs the back of his head before finally just shrugging. Well, it's definitely a thing we do around here. Though I'm not very good at it. It's not my thing.
You have net. Just look at it. It's just don't know what Zale is like. And I assume a foreigner like me can't learn that.
Nah. You could buy one.
And then figure things out on my own. Is that right?
Nah, you wouldn't be able to figure it out. Even as he
Ah.
says this, you swear he scratches his beard, almost hiding a wink.
No, man. You doesn't have to hide it to like full well. It's like, well, if I buy it, yes. The question is, can I buy it? Is the question. Alright. I mean, I put myself, but you know. Not every day you see a spell woven item in front of your eyes. It's also not every day you get whisked away in a village, but it's beside the point.
So seeing that you're visibly interested, he actually closes the lockbox for a moment, but he does turn the lockbox towards you, just so you could see that it's still slightly open. And he puts his arm on the counter.
Well then, if you want them, I have more than just the gauntlets. No, the gauntlets here, then it wouldn't be very useful if you're already good at casting spells.
Right.
But, and he pauses, he actually picks up the lockbox as he leaves, and then he comes back with something wrapped in what looks like silk. He places the lockbox back down, and then places the silk parcel on the table. He gently unwraps it, and it seems to be a robe that looks like the same material as the gloves. He lifts it up with his fingers and holds it in front of you, and it almost seems to shimmer like an amethyst. And then he turns to his apprentice and yells in Sylvan. The boy looks up, blinks, and then shakes his head. He yells harder, and the boy rises, walks over, grabs the bow and arrow, and shoots it at his mentor. His mentor just holds the fabric in front of him, and the arrow deflects off of it like it's made of metal. He then barks at his apprentice to get back to work, but first pick up the arrow. He then turns back to you and basically holds the fabric out to you for a moment so that you can feel it.
Well, I definitely will, so. Let's see how it is.
When you feel it, it is as if it is made of the finest silk. It is absolutely soft and velvety.
I'm just trying to imagine the price, you know, as I do so. It's like, could I cost knob leg with interest? I'll be honest, Smith. I'm not even sure you'd be willing to sell me that anyway. Considering how well made it is and what it does. I even... Honestly, correct me if I'm wrong, but... I don't even think I have the currency for that. Either.
He tilts his head at you. You don't got money for it?
Well, we do have money, yes. It's just that... Well, see, there was... Oh, I guess not. I'm just... Well, what kind of money do you accept here? What will be the question?
Copper, silver, gold, platinum, electrum,
Right.
barter,
Everything.
trade.
Right. Well, I could barter or trade for it, but just thinking for a moment, because like, yeah, it would be really nice, right? But at the same time, I kind of wanted to make something. So, honestly, I feel like it might be better to just get the gloves, right? Make something normal. Then, later on, try and make like a room like this. Might be better way of thinking. But like, even if she does get the artifacts, right? Doesn't matter, I can make that, well, I don't know, Eleanor, for example, someone else.
True, it's useful for anyone who doesn't wear armor.
Exactly. So, I think, actually, I'll just put like, hold up a hand, say, thinking about it, I think, actually, I'd rather take the gloves, so I may learn how to do that kind of thing. And instead, make something out of everything else you have. See, with these, I can work, and I point to where the star and metal was in the ebony. And if you'd be willing to help me, I could just get the material myself. Should I know, well, where to take, well, where to get them. If nothing else, I can always buy them off of you, if you're willing to sell.
He nods at this and gently folds the cloak, basically the robe, back over, wrapping it back in the silk.
Sounds good to me. Not that you'd ever be able to replicate it.
I haven't even tried. So,
Try as much as you want, you can't do it.
And you swear he scratches his beard again and winks.
well, let me just stop you for a moment, because one of your cousins from up north said I wouldn't be able to do that. But I just like tug on my chainmail. Well, clearly he ate his words.
He nods.
And he would. He didn't recognize a fellow smith at a single sight of him. Probably too pompous to notice the difference. I'm just saying, between you and me, you won't be able to replicate this.
Oh, that's not well.
No, you won't be able to replicate this, right?
Right. I won't. I'll just make my own thing.
Right. You won't be able to replicate it.
And then he nods again. It's like he's being very purposeful about this.
Uh-huh. It's just gonna be miracle woven. That's how we'll call it.
He laughs at that and goes back into the back room, putting away the robe. Don't say that you're gonna be trying to replicate state secrets in the village.
Look, man, that's not my first rodeo with state secrets.
No, it's not, is it?
I do. Nobody knows about the village anyway. So like, if I come up with something and like call it my own, this is like, it's bullshit, right? Like the copyrighted spell woman.
What happens in the Drow village stays in the Drow village.
Well, until you come back and it comes to bite you in the ass. Like,
But alrighty. Afterwards, he comes back, and with the lock, he opens the lockbox back open and shows you the gauntlets again. And as he's thinking about it, he eventually nods and says,
4,000 gold.
we do have that. Well, we do have that in the bank account.
"True."
It's just that.
You could call on the bag of holding, essentially.
Right, but it's also like it's also the money Eleanor won, you know, most of it. So honestly, I think for those gloves, I'm gonna wait for Eleanor to come back in the evening. Ask her. She'd be willing to spare the 4,000. Because, like, sure, I could do it without asking, but I feel like in character, it's not something I would do. Because, like, that's a pretty big investment.
True.
So I'd rather
Gildas doesn't want to dip into the expedition funds without mentioning it.
right. So I'll say, well, myself would agree to spend the 4,000. I mean, I do have the means too. The thing is, those towns are shared between all our group. So, if you would be willing to put them aside until tomorrow, then I'll come back with the definitive answer.
Sounds good to me.
And he immediately closes the lockbox again, pulls it out of sight. You hear him relock it with the combination, and then put it in the back room, essentially. He then comes back around and gestures around the place.
What about materials? You said you wanted to make something, right?
Right. Well, I do know that, well, ebony's comes from the trees, and I would think, well, some old man told me that we could wander in the forest but not go too far.
About 60 feet.
So, right. Would I be able to find ebony there? Gather some for myself?
No, you wouldn't. It's deeper into the forest than that.
Ah, unfortunate. How about the star and moon metal? Where would I be able to find some?
He like leans back, just exhaling and thinks for a moment.
I see.
Get real lucky. That stuff doesn't grow on trees, don't even grow in the ground. You'll find it.
Well, I am champion of the goddess of the forge, so if I want to find some kind of metal like that, I mean, luck would be on my side, I think. But and I'm reading the first relic, so I was gonna look at him and say, "Well, you say I can't find it on the ground. Well, I think I'm gonna take a stroll in the forest, not too far. Just take the sights and see what can I get. Then, if I really can't find it, I'll buy some of you."
He nods.
Sounds good. I don't think you'll find any within the 60 foot of the village, though. If there was some out there, I'm pretty sure somebody would have found it by now.
A lot of things can be right up to your nose, and you won't find them. Much less see them. I would know one of your blood entrances did the same thing. So,
He does lean forwards and kind of gesture for you to come closer, though.
I'll do so.
You'll feel the star metal if it's near you.
Right.
You'll feel the temperature get a lot hotter in the area. Like you're working the forge.
Right. Let's just lean even closer and say, I've been in a few fire myself. I think I'll be fine. But
He suddenly pulls back the sleeve of his robe.
As have I.
actually, this is one of the questions I wanted to ask. Like earlier, I was like, All the people in the workshop cripples.
Let's just say they don't really practice safety, and a lot of them learn on the job, so...
So little more to a goblins.
They practice safety, but a lot of them don't listen, and so if you don't get listened the first time, they don't tell you the second time. So they let you
Right.
learn from experience.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's the best way to learn, honestly. It's like, okay, you're not listening well. Don't come complain if it happens to you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how the crafters at the workshop basically learn.
Now that, just like back, my way toward the exit and say, "Oh man, I'll be seeing you in a few hours. I'll take a little stroll, stop by the feast hall, and hopefully I come back with a bounty."
He nods, and as he goes to say, "Good luck," hey! He suddenly just yells and like starts marching over.
And there we go. Actually, considering the kind of quest this is, I'll stop by quickly by the pagoda and do some clerical stuff for good luck. And then make my way out.
Alrighty. So, as you approach the pagoda, you can see that there are literally sprites and pixies just kind of like floating about. Some of them wave at you, others just kind of like fly in the other direction when you come in. Seems to be just like filled with little tiny fey creatures.
I got my walnuts on me. I get my third. So sad. Well, I mean, now I know why I didn't get my third. Yeah. So yeah, all over. Well, I know I've seen her like just a few hours ago, but doesn't hurt that. Ready for good luck and
Alrighty.
success on my little errand.
So before you head out, I'll move to Delon again.
Oh yeah, I was about to say you can.
So Delon, when you've finished learning Sylvan from the headmistress, she actually claps and just is very impressed. Well done, well done. Why, you have a knack for this, I believe.
To quote Evan, I'm a big kid now. I hope said in the exact way he does it. Yes, Dalam will not.
Evan is missed currently.
Come on, I'm not. Thank you. It was like I've been trying to learn Sylvan for some time. I tried asking my steed about it, and he only gave me a few words along the way. It's when you explained it, everything seemed to fall into place. I finally understood it. Pieces that were missing. But thank you.
You are very welcome. Honestly, I did not do much. I simply put the tools in front of you, and you did the rest.
Thank you. I think I'll be returning here. I would still like to know more of this alchemy. This seems quite interesting and could be useful.
Alchemy takes time to learn how to do, as it is very complicated. You have to follow the right formulas and the right practices, and you must have the proper ingredients.
Even still, it's a process that fascinates me, or rather, intrigues me. Such a foreign concept to change something. It's almost as if magic.
Magic is involved.
You have it? Wow. I think that probably will be enough learning for today. I don't want to waste any more. I don't want to overstay my welcome, I should say.
Oh, you are not overstaying your welcome at all. The schoolhouse is open throughout all hours of the day, but not to the evening.
I was about to say. Hmm. One thinks for a moment. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think that there's really anything. It's like one of those things that even if he stayed longer, he's not going to learn exactly what he needs. He needs to probably come back at another time.
I mean, he could learn more if he wants to.
I guess. I mean, why not?
What would he want to learn? That's the question I would have.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to offer? I guess perusing what they can offer. I mean,
You could learn about their culture. You could learn about, like, you could try to learn more about their people, or you could learn about some threats. You could maybe try to learn about the evening.
yeah, I think probably the evening culture and stuff like that. I think that's imperative. He would probably want to learn that. I think he would do so well, like reading the laws. Now that he knows Sylvan, he can look over it.
Sounds good. I will say, now that you know Sylvan, looking at the laws in common to Sylvan, you see why it's written in both languages. Common does not translate well these laws, but he did his best, essentially. You can tell that there are small specifics in the way that Sylvan is written and interpreted that just don't functionally translate to common. It's kind of like kanji to English.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just some things that just don't quite. Culture-wise, just learn more of. Do you want me to make a roll for that?
You can make a roll for it. You could also ask the headmistress here as well.
Yeah, I'll just ask. Culture-wise, I've been meaning to ask. Culturally, could you please enlighten me on your culture a bit more? I wish to know more of your people, and your people's history.
Yes, of course. What would you wish to learn?
Delon actually takes out a journal and he goes, quite a bit. Perhaps start in the beginning. I'd like to have a background.
I see. In the beginning, do you mean before the Enclave, or in the beginning that led to the Enclave?
I suppose whichever context you think would best describe your people. Perhaps then pre-Enclave, before then.
Pre-Enclave. She thinks for a moment. Quite a long moment, actually. Eventually nodding to herself slowly. Pre-Enclave is very advanced. I believe the seer would know the most about the pre-Enclave era.
I see.
What I can inform you of is that many of the customs and traditions we have now were not quite the way they are at this time. There were also no differences of the elven kind.
And let's see. And then what changed with the creation of the Enclave?
There was a two-part schism between the elvish people. A disagreement on how to live. And where our priorities laid. Eventually there was a schism within. Then there was a second schism which led to what would be called to foreigners the Wood and Drow elves.
There was a schism between both cultures.
There was a schism which led to both cultures.
I see.
For at that time, you would have called us High Elves and Drow. Originally there was no High Elves, Drow, or Wood Elves. there was, I believe, merely us elves, the Sylvan people.
Hmm.
Eventually, there was a schism, as I mentioned, which led to what would have been described as High Elves and Drow. The Drow then schismed further into Wood Elves and Drow. We were still called Sylvan people, though, at the time of the second schism. Schism. The term Drow did not have come about until the second schism.
See. And I assume there was the similar disagreements between the what are now called the Wood Elves and your people.
Our people and the Wood Elves disagreed very strongly, but not in the way that had happened before. It was more of a disagreement because of an agreement. We agreed on many, many things. We disagreed on the extent of those agreements. It was a challenging of how far one should go in their way of life.
See.
After the second schism, the enclaves formed, though this was the first enclave.
See. Do you happen to know when this occurred, roughly time-wise?
I believe the first schism would have happened in roughly the Second Age, and the second schism would have happened in the third. I believe we are currently in the Fifth Age.
You're correct. We are in the Fifth Age. I see. Many, many years. This is then your lineage is then quite old. So, what was the primordial enclave like? This is first.
Well, if you're speaking of the enclave that was the first enclave, you are within it. Many of the cultural norms that we had then were very similar to how this village has been run since. We have honored tradition and followed the rules that the first matriarch set for us.
The first matriarch. Forgive me, this is my first time hearing of this. I know you have a matriarch and a patriarch. You said, was this place founded by a matriarch?
Yes and no. It was founded by the first blood huntress, but only after she had gathered so many followers that she could no longer roam as a wandering tribe effectively. She had too many to be nomadic, and so she found a place that her people could be safe and protected and have everything they could need, and she founded the enclave. Afterwards, she became the matriarch.
So she was a blood huntress first, then a matriarch later. Is that where the tradition started, having a matriarch?
Yes. She set many of the firsts for our people, including naming her husband Patriarch.
See. Makes sense. Yes, what else? You mentioned there were other enclaves.
Yes.
Are they similar to this?
I would imagine so. Many of each enclave functions both similarly and slightly differently. Most of the other enclaves were founded by members of the original enclave who were banished at some point. If they survived their banishment long enough, they may have found followers or rallied and created their own little hovel, creating their own enclave.
I see.
The enclaves very rarely interact, but we do occasionally send missives to each other.
So there is still a form of communication.
Yes, much
I see.
like a family which has drifted very far apart, but gets together on holidays.
That's an an analogy I think many would understand. Hmm. Hmm. There seems to be talk of this. If the blood huntresses were first, when did the moon goddess come into this?
She was here from the start.
So before even an enclave.
Yes,
When did this blood huntress come in to know the moon goddess?
it is said she learned of the moon goddess when she became a blood huntress. She was the first blood huntress, if memory serves. Though I'm not an expert on the blood huntress's own arts and culture, the sisterhood is rather secretive. If you happen to bump into one Aramu, she is the blood huntress chiefess. She should be able to help you with more.
I understand. I I've noticed that many of your works around here are very organic. You imbue your buildings into the roots. It feels very grounded. I've heard that the wood elves live in treetops, and the high elves build structures that are imbued with wood. But this feels almost like you're imbued straight into the ground. Is there a reason
Yes.
for this?
Oh, absolutely. The heart of the forest
Please.
provides, and the heart of the forest gives. If we were to live in the trees and in the branches, that would be as if to put ourselves above the roots, put ourselves high, to try to put ourselves higher than the heart of the forest itself. And that is quite rude and arrogant, wouldn't you say? Instead, we live on the ground. We live of the forest. We take only what is needed and we always use what it provides for us. As such, we live in symbiosis with it. It provides and protects us, and we cultivate it and protect it in turn.
I see. So you have a symbiotic relationship with the heart of the tree, the heart of the forest itself. As such, you root yourself to the ground, allowing the heart of the forest to also allow itself to overgrow with you.
Yes.
Imbue it with its place. Interesting. What do you do when you need to expand?
We offer up a prayer, and we consult Lady Uluru.
I see. So then you speak with the heart of the forest. If I may ask, what is the heart of the forest?
It is the central nerve of the entire forest.
It
It is, for all intents and purposes, a living, breathing, beating heart.
Delon just kind of like what?
The forest is a very alive, living entity.
Forgive me. I had assumed based on the verbology that it was a tree of some sort.
Oh, it is. It is the tree. Every tree of the Savage Lands is of this singular tree.
You're saying it's the primary source, then?
It is of its body.
I see.
Every vine, every tree, every root is of the mother. They are all the same tree.
And you say then it's like a beating heart.
Yes.
I see. Forgive me. Have you seen the heart of the forest before?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Has anyone in this village seen the heart of the forest?
The matriarch, the patriarch, the seer,
Ah,
the
so
enforcement, as well as Lady Uluru, and Blood Chieftess Aramu, of course.
I see. So those in the highest positions have had the privilege of seeing the heart of the forest themselves.
Exactly, and it is a privilege. Oh, I can imagine what it must look like.
I see. Fascinating. Uh, Another additional question then. If your people have a symbiotic relationship with the heart of the forest, and you do so willingly, of course, and it does so willingly back, as you both gain something from it
Yes.
and live from one another. How is it then that the wood elves, who live in harmony in the forest itself, are they not doing the same?
Yes and no.
Ah, in what manner are they not?
They do not take the bare minimum. Nor do they cultivate the heart of the forest. They live in harmony with it. They do not take more. They do not take greedily from the forest, but they do not take the bare minimum, just what they need. We take just what we need to show how much we appreciate it. We make sure that we never take more than we absolutely need. The necessities. Wood elves live on a precarious edge. Were they to take too much, they would find themselves eradicated from the forest. Were they to take too little, they'd find their way of life crumbling. For they have subsisted this way for too long to simply wane themselves off now.
So your disagreements come at the very concept of excess.
Yes. Thus the disagreements not so much about what we disagree on, but what we agree upon.
And I assume this goes even further down with the High Elves. I think you disagree with them most.
The High Elves believed that the heart of the forest is something to be protected and that serves them. That it is a gift given to them. It is not. We are protected and serve the heart of the forest. It does not serve us.
I see. A completely opposite view.
Yes.
I can see the dichotomy already. I see.
Eventually, we managed to route them from the deepest parts of the forest, closest to the heart of the forest entirely, making it where they could never again attempt to get their grubby little fingers on the heart of the forest.
I belate your tone. You speak of them with ill will, though you did not speak ill will of the Wood Elves, only in a disappointment.
Pardon my personal feelings getting in the way of the lecture. I can get rather passionate when discussing the High Elves and our kind.
Rest assured, your ladyship, the High Elves feel, unfortunately, the same thing.
It is a wound as old as time.
You said you routed them from the heart of the forest. How so? So at all one time you were all living in the heart of the forest?
We were all living within the deepest confines of it, yes. Though at that time the forest was much smaller.
Oh, I see. In the first ages, then? and then it grew, as did your people.
Yes, though
Hmm.
the heart of the forest grew largest when outsiders attempted to control it.
I see.
It began
Pe-
to grow
Hmm.
wildly and erratically. The seer says that at that time the heart beat vigorously with enough blood and adrenaline to scare all creatures living inside of it. All could feel the desperate desire to keep living.
I see.
And it
Hmm.
is said that the heart of the forest, the forest itself, grew immeasurably through those years. It is taught to us that foreigners eventually erected a mighty wall using the blessings of their gods to keep the heart of the forest from encroaching more wildly into their lands.
Do you know when this was? Or what time?
It's a rather recent affair. I was a girl at the time. Because it had been growing naturally up until that point, before it exploded outward.
Delon's gonna guess. How long was the wall put up?
It was put up about
Less than 100.
less than 100 years ago. The last Dragon War would have ended, I think, about 50 or something years ago, roughly-ish.
Hmm. Delon? Yeah, go ahead.
And it would have been erected shortly after that, I believe.
Mhm.
Because after the Dragon War ended, there was tension between the Savage Lands and King's Landing, which King's
Right.
Landing teaches was the Savages attempting, like, ransacking the borders of King's Landing.
Hmm.
So wait, which war ended like 10 years ago then? Like roughly?
What was that?
Which
war
war
ended 10 years?
ended 10 years ago? Yeah.
That would have been the. Basically,
There are
it would have
multiple
been
Dragon
seen as
Wars.
like the Elvish and King's Landing War would have been the war about 10 years ago.
Let's see. Delon will ask,
Shortly
you were a
after
girl.
that was roughly when the king died. But it was
Wow.
right before. Like, he died shortly after the wall was erected.
Nobody really talks about that war, though. Even
They
though it's so
don't.
short ago. I don't know why.
It was a quick and dirty affair. Nobody liked it. People supported it at the time. Like a lot of people were like, "Yeah, let's burn down the forest. Like, let's get those elves," kind of a thing. But also, there was a lot of people in King's Landing and the other lands itself, which were kind of like, "Why are we doing this? We just finished a Dragon War not that long ago."
Yeah.
Well, they hit us first, kind of a thing.
Yeah. So, Delon's gonna say, you said you were a girl when this occurred. How long ago do you think that was? When she was a young woman.
Would have been about 100 years ago.
About 100. I'm gonna roll history. Delon knows his history.
Yes. You actually may roll history with advantage. There you go. 20.
20.
So Delon with a 20, from what it sounds like she's describing the Elvish and King's Landing War, which had to do with the war between the Savage Lands and King's Landing, which eventually led to the mighty wall being erected.
I see. I think I know. Yes, I think this lines up. You're speaking of the Elvish War with King's Landing.
I believe that is what the foreigners call it. It was quite some time ago.
Quite some time, but history goes through all time. More than just one living person. There are records of it, though many in King's Landing do not speak of it. It was not well liked by the populace and many of the nobles. At least from what I've read. And rarely
Interesting.
anyone speaks of it now.
We speak of it quite frequently. It's quite the joyous day when the wall went up.
Pardon?
Less foreigners coming in.
Let's get back to this. Why do you hate foreigners so much?
Foreigners do not understand the heart of the forest. They simply wish to take from the woods, not understanding or even bothering to contemplate what it is they're trying to take from. As such, they are an invasive species.
Forgive me, then. How can we learn if there's no opportunity to do so?
There was once opportunity. However, few bothered to look into it.
When did this occur?
The opportunities were there long before the wall was erected.
My lady, I asked you, do you know when these occurred? I would like to investigate them further at my foreign libraries.
What exactly
know
are you
roughly when?
asking what would have occurred? Specifically.
Specifically, your ladyship. You made offers to help beforehand. As far as King Landing is concerned, and I know my history very well, there are very few and far between moments in which, on record, anyone from the Savage Lands, that is what we call yours in our tongue, take no offense, as your ladyship, approached us with any form of peaceful offering, of exchanging of learning. Most of history on our accounts say the Savage Land, rough and chaotic, approached and engrossed into our territory until we were forced by our king, in a temporary measure, to create a wall to seal the chaos from us until there was a time in which we could do so. This was only in 100 years. Until then, there was no recorded history, no major recorded that I know of any elf, whether it's a wood elf, high elf, or Sylvian, to approach King's Landing and teach them about this heart of the forest. So, you can see my confusion. You're saying one end of the story. My people are saying another. I wish to amend this.
I see what you are confused about now. You believe that in order for those to be educated, that the educators must come first and educate those up front, yes?
Yes.
That is not what we believe.
Pardon?
Look at the schoolhouse. The doors were open. You walked in. You asked for learning. I am instructing you. You had the desire to learn. Therefore, you have been taught. You do not teach those who have no desire to learn. If they have no desire to learn, the lesson will be lost on them.
Forgive me then. Your principles are completely different than our own. Where our culture comes from, with one which wishes to learn something, usually they send an emissary, an ambassador, who offers a branch of peace, an olive branch, something that symbolizes it, and then we exchange. By doing so, those who those who might have caused violence or actions have been quelled. There's documentation, people have come placed. Those as an offer of goodwill to do so. Like a tree. A tree bears fruit. Respectfully, we don't necessarily take upon it unless need be, unless it's time for the harvest. But if someone were to take a harvest fruit and offer it to us. It's not on our land. Why would we take a forbidden fruit that's not on ours? But if we were given it by those who own that land, then conversation can be free. We know it's welcome. I was curious to a fault, not of my people. As none of my people. That's not expected. Normally, it would just say all those are welcome, come in. Under your understanding of culture, that is understood. But forgive me, when your lands are nothing but difficult swamp terrain, aggressive plant life, deadly different tribes, all of them to get to one to get to an enclave full of interesting and incredible people. That's quite a long way to go when everything is being lashed at you in front. Why would you go to the center of a place when they're sending hails of arrows? It makes no sense.
Her eyes soften, and she actually gives you a very comforting expression. That is the pilgrimage one must make.
You believe that suffering is necessary in order to learn?
No. Trekking through the heart of the forest to get here to learn is the pilgrimage one makes to prove their resourcefulness and their desire for knowledge.
How would we know that then? How would anyone know this in my culture?
That is not for me to teach.
No, I suppose not. This has been enlightening. Thank you. And I apologize if I may become heated. I take my history very seriously, as do I take your culture.
You are quite fine. You did not draw any blade, so there has been no harm, no foul. Simply a healthy discussion among educators and students.
Agreed. And I would never take my blade out upon those who are trying to teach me.
Oh, you would
Yes,
not
that
be
is
the
true.
first if you did.
Pardon?
Sometimes children can be quite unruly.
Salon's just like not gonna stand it. Salon's just gonna be like, yes. I think it's enough. I will speak with her ladyship, Eramu, and the seer for additional information. You've been very enlightening. Thank you for your time. I will be back to learn more of this alchemy, though, and your cultures. I hope we will see each other again in the coming days. Thank you.
Of course. She rises from the table, gives you a nod, and begins walking down the hallway. I will escort you out.
Thank you.
Once you're stepping out of the doorway, she gives a little wave, but she also says to you, make sure that you are not out too late. All students must be within doors long before dark.
Thank thee. I will. What was Gildas up to, by the way?
I believe Gildas was out foraging.
Yeah.
Good luck, bro. I don't know if you want me to keep going or want to cut back to him or.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut to Gildas real quick.
That's fine. Just go right ahead. Go right ahead.
This is the beauty of having two characters to do this with. You just go back and forth, back and forth.
Alright. Let's search up my 60 square feet forest.
Alright, so make me an investigation roll, Gildas.
Oh boy. Investigation.
Alright.
I feel like I'm gonna use my inspiration for that.
Alright, so you use your inspiration.
Yeah.
There you go! Alright, so with the 21, as you're walking around through the 60 feet outside, you find some ivory, mostly from seems to have been discarded from somebody who killed an animal but was taking the parts from it, but they missed some ivory or they didn't take some parts. So you were able to scrounge up, I'd say about 5 pounds of ivory or so, maybe. Not too
That's not
much,
too
just
bad.
a bit.
Yeah.
Alright, what else do you want to get?
Well, you know, was looking for my metal. That was mostly it.
Alright, make me another investigation roll. I will also say that investigating that took about an hour.
Right. Well, investigation go. Probably won't get much. I can't exactly cast guidance on myself, so
Bob is sleeping.
yeah.
18. So you wander around. You don't see any star metal or any moon steel anywhere. You do find a lump of amber though.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll take what the forest gives me.
Alright, that took another hour. She's been out foraging for about 2 hours.
Should I really try though? It's like one more push. Cause I'm like, yeah, I did say the. Like the moon metal would be easiest to find at night, but at the same time, no, you don't get to go out at night.
Don't go out at night, dangerous.
Well, I mean, honestly, for the star metal, I say rather than like look for it, more like get a feel for it. Honestly. So I'm gonna do less, but like one last try. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use. I mean, honestly, getting a feel for it and all that, trying to find like the heat source. What not more like relevant to perception? I feel like no. I wanna use.
Investigation is actively investigating and looking around your area.
Yeah, I know. But so is perception technically.
Perception is active perception is like a quick look around. Passive perception is like what you look around and see in your peripherals and stuff. Your awareness of your environment.
'Cause I'm trying to find heat sources, right? Essentially. A bit I can do the investigation again. It's just let's beg for it. See? It's shy.
Forgive us. Yeah, so with a 6, you find about another pound
Don't
of
forget-
ivory.
Don't. You could always like re-roll.
He used his investigation
Oh
to get
shit! I
the
saw that now,
21.
yeah.
Yeah. Cause them prayers don't mean no shit.
Unfortunately, not for
What
this.
is it? Where's this funny goddess I'm worshiping?
Come on now, Gildas. Your goddess did not aid you this one time and you've lost all faith? Some champion you are.
Exactly. No, but I come back with my ivory and amber. Well, fine, I'll cough up the money, whatever. That's better than 500 gold, right? So come down, star metal, like, not wood metal, whatever. No, but seriously, what are these rolls, man?
I don't know.
With like a 2 A's and a 6 today. Like, well, I have McDonald's, like it's 20. What about 27?
Hey man, don't be jealous.
Don't hate the player,
hate
hate the
it,
game.
I'm not jealous, I'm just grumbling. That's
You want me to get you a
Classic Gildas line.
you want me to get you a Jonathan Frakes meme? Get you a Jonathan Frakes meme.
you weirdo, man. If it was 80 feet, I would have fired it. But yeah, that would be more seriously though. After my 3 hours, 3 too many, I'll head back to the workshop. But well, I mean, 6 pound of ivory, you can do some lining with it, I suppose.
You could do some
Nice
stuff with
little
that.
finish. Yeah.
But alright, when you return to the workshop, you see as when you get in, the apprentice is. You see that there were a lot of furs ready to go. Most of them have been turned into leather by this point. And he is looking exhausted. He looks up from his like leather making tools and just looks up at all the furs still up there. Shakes his head and gets back to work. When you come back in as well, you see that the owner walks up to you and nods. Any luck?
Would you call 6 pounds of ivory and some amber luck? Because that's all I found in 3 hours.
It's not that bad for a scavenging trip.
Well, no, I don't know what I expected to find, but that'll do, I suppose. Nothing else, I can always trade that for something else.
True, we do trade and barter.
Right. So, get down to business then. So, actually, yeah, how much would I need? I think I'll take. Right. I think I'll go with star metal, honestly.
Alrighty.
Because, like, sure, the moon metal might suit him more. Because she's more of a nightly person, like the cold and all that. But I feel like giving her some warmth might be better. Or at least, you know, would be a more Gildas thing to give her, rather than the moon metal. So,
That makes sense.
right. So I'll say, I would like your lump of star metal and some raw bunny.
500 for the star metal,
Right.
100 for the ebony.
Well then, I'll just like put my ivory and amber on the counter and say, how much of a price cut would that give?
So he looks at the ivory, nods at it, then he looks at the amber. He actually holds it up to the light and he takes out what looks like a tiny little magnifying glass to look at it. He then holds it under a flame, then nods and puts it back on the counter. I can knock off about 150 of that. It's a good piece of amber.
And I'll use the amber to pay for the ebony. That way I can, if I need some extra, I can.
Sounds good.
Cover the cost.
I'll throw in some extra ebony for that on as well.
As for the ivory, unless was count the 150 total.
It was part of it actually.
Right. Alright, well, so that's 500 of the star metal. Also, I feel less guilty paying like the 500 from that from the bag. It's just the 4,000 is a bit too much at once. So I guess yeah, I'll just use that.
Sounds good.
Well, yep. Should be it.
So once you purchase it, he reaches back under the counter, unlocks something, and takes out the little woven basket with the star metal and places it onto the counter. There you are.
Alright. Alright, so I'll take all of what I bought. And also I'm gonna use the workshop to work. Like, normally I do it like by hand, right? But I think considering the time, it's probably like afternoon and all that, I probably don't have time to work it manually before like the moon is out. So I'll expand my channel divinity for it.
Alrighty.
Because I mean it's essentially like normal work but just better.
True. It is normal work, but faster.
Like I also bought raw ebony, like I don't know any alchemy. So considering channel divinity convert materials, that's also a way to get the ebony into metal state. If you allow me to.
Let's see. So what exactly are you trying to make out of all this? You're trying to make some like actual metal armor, correct?
So essentially, what I want to make is that it's for Ophelia. So what I want to do to make is like not like actual big armor, but more like I don't know something she can easily remove, like put on, like on top of like the robe that on bottom, like some extra protection. So things like something around the elbows, maybe shoulder and all that, kind of a harness, like a small one.
So like a mantle, if you will.
Right.
Like shoulder pads, if you were to be playing like World of Warcraft, like shoulder pauldrons, if you will, kind of a thing.
Like like small elbows, like. So yeah, so it's something you put over you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, maybe she does already have like a cloak or something. Doesn't
She has a regular cloak that doesn't do anything, really, except like obscure her from light and keep her warm a little bit. And she has her dress, essentially, which has been patched up and mended.
Right, but the cloak also has symbolic value too.
Yes, that too.
Right.
So if you made a mantle, it would essentially, the cloak would essentially go like over it, I believe.
I mean, let's say I can just make it so that it complements the cloak as well, like makes a little attaches and all that.
That works. Could do like one of those cloaks that clips onto armor and has a hood, if you will.
Right.
Hmm.
Like I say, like I wanted to also complement what she's wearing as well, you know.
Yeah. You could actually make, due to the properties of the ebony and the star metal, you could make essentially the ebony would be very, very lightweight, and it's actually very like malleable. The thing that makes ebony armor really good is that it's extremely lightweight, like as light as leather, but it's not as strong as any form of metal. It's basically better leather because like metal weapons, if they like cut or bash, can like pling off it. If they pierce though, they might pierce through it, but they still might pling off unless they have a lot of power behind them.
I mean, let's see. She shouldn't be like in a place where like something with enough power would do that anyway, so it's just
Yeah.
just in case kind of thing.
Basically, ebony armor is usually armor for druids or spellcasters who don't want to use mage armor.
Aha. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Spend an hour doing that. So she speed up the process.
Sounds good.
Like, I know, like, channel divinity says, like, yeah, but like, the item can't be worth more than like 100 gold. But like, man,
I've been ignoring that for a while.
Yeah, I know.
I paid attention to that way earlier in the campaign. At this point, I've been ignoring it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, why shouldn't why shouldn't it get stronger? It's like,
Yeah, why shouldn't it scale?
I mean, yeah, it's like divine boons and all that. Well, whatever. Yeah.
Make me a history roll for the crafting.
I will. Alright, history, don't fail me now. Got a +5. Already got the shit roll today. Surely. Surely.
That's Arcana, dang it.
Wait, what? Okay, oh yeah, right.
There you go.
Hey.
Gotta get getting the actual bad roll out of the way first, you see. You were fishing to get the bad roll out. I see you're over there, Gildas.
Well, like the both +5, like both intelligence, I get 3. I should pay attention. I was like, okay, well, soon. I was like, oh. Actually, why did I roll a card? Whatever. I don't know. Whatever. 16. Thank God.
Alright, so with the 16, you make basically an ebony and star metal mantle for Ophelia to wear. So give me a moment to write something down.
Wait, Band of Brothers was in 2001? I thought it was more recent than that. Oh, I guess.
Wait, Battle Brothers is from 2001?
No, Band of Brothers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Band of Brothers, the show, yeah. All the
Yeah.
way back to 2001, man.
Yeah, I know the Pacific is more recent, like 2010 or something,
Oh,
but yeah.
makes you feel old.
Uh-huh. It's already much better than the 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'd be useful in the Land of Monsters too.
Sure, we can always, like, if she wasn't a lich, people could huddle around her for warmth.
Ah, man, she'll be
Because
better.
lich is paralyzed on touch.
She'll get better.
She'll get better. She'll get better. She won't give you leprosy anymore. But alrighty.
Yeah, who knows?
You have successfully created an ebony star mantle.
Aha. I'm proud of it. I would try it out, but it's not my size, unfortunately, so I do.
I will add it
Like-
to the bag of holding cart. So give me one moment. That's just where I've been putting all the magic items that get made. The hell? Oh, it's doing... Oh, you're special. Okay. Why are you like this? Stop it. Get some help. That's irritating. Okay, hold up. Cancel that. We're doing this then. Boop. Okay, hold on.
Hey,
Copy. Let's try this again.
if you want, I can put it on, put it in.
No, it just did something very weird when I first did it. There we go. That's much better.
Yeah.
Fixed.
Oh, actually, yeah. When I'm done with it, I'll just look at the smith and his apprentice and say, "Well, what do you think?"
The apprentice walks over and, like, he looks it over, picks it up a bit, and turns it around before handing it back to you, and just says, "Quick learner." The owner, though, looks it over, strokes his beard, nods, claps you on the shoulder a little. "Good work. That should keep whoever's wearing it nice and safe."
I hope so. Well, before I go, there's something else I wanted to show you. Something I picked up earlier, well, a few days ago. And I actually produced the bone sword I picked off that dead lizardman. See, I'm familiar with the lizardman in Reynolds, you see, but don't really, well, hold on. Other character, they don't really use bone swords like that.
Not in Reynold. In Reynold, they give them actual gear.
Right. You see, back in Reynolds, they actually use, well, proper cold metal weapons. I've quite honestly never seen, well, a sword like that made of bones. Fish bones, I think. And considering, well, elves are more familiar with the Savage Lands Lizardmen, I thought I'd ask you, well, your opinion on that sword. Is it any good?
May I?
Of course. And I hand it to him.
So he takes it from you and gestures for his apprentice to take a few steps back before proceeding to perform some rather impressive slices and cuts with it, essentially. He then tosses it in the air and catches it by the hilt again, nods to himself, says something to his apprentice in Sylvan. He comes back with a pig, like a dead pig, and he just brings it down on the carcass, cleaving it in two. He nods to himself and hands it back to you.
It's not bad.
I say that. Well,
It might degrade a bit from overuse, but it'll kill surprisingly well. And honestly, if it doesn't kill, poor bloke's probably gonna bleed out.
well, for that, and it's quite the oddity, at least outside the wall. I think I'll keep it on myself, and well, get some use out of it. I'll find a buyer that's into that sort of thing. Actually, maybe if I go to see the lizard man back home, one might.
One might like a taste of home.
Right. Assuming all lizard men are from the Savage Lands, you know.
But alrighty. So you finish up your business in the workshop, correct?
Right. Essentially.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Basically, tell them, see you tomorrow.
He nods.
I'll have it ready for you. Just make sure you bring the funds.
I nod.
With that, you head out from the workshop. I'll say that roughly around the same time that you're leaving the workshop, DeLon is leaving the schoolhouse.
Well, let's be back in the middle then, I guess.
As you arrive back at the middle, you can see that a lot of the people that were kind of milling about are starting to finish a lot of their business. The sun isn't setting yet, but it's very noticeable that a lot of them are preemptively, before the sun even begins to set, finishing up their business.
Hmm.
When in Rome.
Seems like everyone's making their way home.
Wow. Darling.
Seems you've been busy.
I was. So were you, it seems.
I was.
Alright. Well, how do I say I'm proud of what I made? Like, just like, put his
Dallas
like
looked
for
over.
the.
Yeah.
Just like, take the cloak, put it in front of me for you to see.
This material. I recognize some of the guards here had them. Is this the same?
Well, if you're talking about the bunny, yes.
Hmm.
You know, this part, but I'll show the point to the star metal.
Mhm.
Seems it's much rarer, but it's called
I
star
see.
metal.
Delon's gonna put his hand to it. Not quite touching it, but putting his hand to it. I'm
Right.
assuming he can feel heat. If you're saying something, Marshall, I can't.
No, I'm not.
This thing.
Okay,
I was typing something, sorry.
that's fine.
So you put your hand to... You don't even need to touch the star mantle, the ebony star mantle, for you to feel warmth radiating off it. It's not oppressive or, like, harmful. There's not enough star metal here for that to be a factor. But you can feel, before even touching it, that it is like the radiating heat off of a nice, cozy fire. When you touch it, it's not actually hot to the touch. It's just, like, soothingly warm. Like a nice warm blanket. You also can't help but notice that it's got this lustrous sheen to it. Gives off an almost radiance due to the star metal.
Yes, I think you did an excellent work. I've not seen its like.
my friend. See, originally I thought using moon metal would be, well, wizard of failure more, but so a bit more thinking I thought. Yes, it would, but present day Ophelia, she won't be, well, quite the same as we go through her quest, I suppose. So, I thought ahead of time that in the long run, this might be better. Now, I hope I didn't think wrong, but yes, it's all up to the person of interest to tell me that.
Agreed. Well, let's go show her.
Right, indeed. To the lodge.
Oh.
Well, the sun is down. Aha.
Sorry, that's what I was typing.
Yep.
I need to probably write some of that down for
Mhm.
other people, essentially.
Mhm.
For
Yeah,
posterity's
that's
sake.
like the kind of stuff I was wondering too, because I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, there's been a couple of war, like timeline would be nice, just to situate it. Mostly because of some stuff I thought about, just in the background. Consequential, mostly, but you know.
Give me one moment before I continue onwards. Sorry, just type in one more
Mhm.
thing.
Yeah, no problem. Well, actually, while we get to the lodge, well, I see you've come from the skull direction. Learn anything worthwhile?
Quite a bit, actually. After,
Ah,
after years of effort, I was finally able to understand Sylvan.
oh ho.
Indeed, it all just seemed to fall into place. And it just clicked. What had eluded me for many years. Additionally, I've learned a bit of other people, and I'm starting to understand why there's so many misunderstandings coming from their people. They are very seclusive people. They believe hard work is attributed, and only the minimum must be taken. They serve the heart of the forest. Even more so, I'm beginning to understand why the Elven Wars may have been such an issue in the Savage Lands. It's a complete and total misunderstanding.
Speaking of wars, well,
Mm.
I was talking to an old man who showed me around, and
Mm.
you know the castle the seer told us not to go
Aye.
to. Seems like it might be a relic of, well, one of our old kingdoms. It's not, according to him, it's not of Elven. What's
It's
the word
not
again?
helping me.
Yes.
I wonder what it's doing so deep in this forest.
Not sure.
Although,
But also one more thing about the castle, and this might concern Eleanor as well. And it's not something I want to tell her, but I think telling you might be good. Is that that castle is also part of their training.
I see. That is most concerning.
Right.
Endurance training skills, though, like that's one thing. That already pushes the edge in some merit. Going into an incredibly dangerous place. But even Lady Aramu, I don't think she'd just leave her there to fend for herself. There has to be a purpose.
Well, the old man did say it was the last part of the training, but I share the same concerns. I mean, I don't doubt Eleanor's skills and sense of competition, but
Right.
depending on what's inside the castle, it might be an issue still.
Agreed.
Well,
We'll
that's
have to
why.
worry about it later. But thank you for bringing that up to me. Seems like we both learned a little bit about this place.
Oh, aye. That old man was a well of wisdom, and honestly, yes, he has some to learn, especially from Erimu and the seer. Got a few questions to ask, but
As do I.
well, wanna go both together to them?
I think that would be best. Rather than bombard him separately, might as well get it out of the way first and foremost. But before we do so, I have been wondering,
Yes.
from what you learned so far, what do you think of the people, the Sylvans?
They're not bad people. I think they have quite a lot of rules and restrictions. But like I was telling the old man, rather, what the old man told me, what we both realized is that rules are only an issue if you plan on breaking them. So, I mean, not to say that I will, but this is a realization I made. But honestly, it might just be because, well, it's a different culture. It takes time to take it all in. But all in
True.
all, I like the people. Now,
I won't deny I agree. I won't deny there's a certain level of charm at their modesty, their humbleness. I feel a bit of their wariness to foreigners is somewhat skittish, but apparently to their history, it seems to them warranted. I wouldn't necessarily say so. To me, it seems any ill will they may have thought foreigners to have is complete misunderstandings of their own culture. But how can one learn what the rules are when it was never presented to them?
indeed.
They don't know. They don't. We wouldn't have known that it might have been an issue, and they never taught it. But to them, it was completely obvious. It should have been obvious that, for example, the headmistress said, "A school is there for learning. If they wanted to learn more about their culture, they should have marched all the way from King's Landing, deep into the forest, and come here, looking for answers. That would have been part of the journey to improve oneself." But how would we know that's even an option to do so? From our perspective, that we would never intrude on their land. We would never disrespect them by doing so.
I mean, even more so, like, how would you know there's such a village?
Exactly. Indeed. But to them, it's the very nature that we made no attempt to search, regardless of whether it existed or not, is a lack of pursuit. If they truly wished to learn, it wouldn't have made a difference. You would have pursued it even if there was nothing there to begin with. You would have hunted even with no target.
I mean, sounds to me more like it's the kind of thing you will only seek if you know, right? Like
Exactly.
to know, you'd have to, meet one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not from the village, but one of the banished one. And even then, if they're banished, like, what did they even tell you?
Exactly.
That's
Yes.
That's honestly, that just sounds like the King's Glaive, but for elves. Right? It's like,
No, it
how do you-
does.
How do you look for something that isn't there? You don't know.
Exactly.
Just
I
chance upon it, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose just like our situation, I would have never known where to look for a place for this village. Now I'm fascinated by it, but I would have never known had we not been
Right.
circumvented to here.
Right. All it took
And
was, let me just take the wrong decision in front of that man, and would have never been there, never known. Just
agreed.
wondering, like, yeah, we know there's a dry village. Just how do we even get there? Don't know.
Indeed. I even asked her if they ever sent any envoys to King's Landing. Any attempts to exchange. And she said no. She just said there were no, it's like they had made their attempts by, if I'm misunderstanding them, they had made their attempts by occasionally peeking their head out, and when no one showed up, they assumed their attempts were not met with recruiting. But again, I explained, how would I know something would exist through 50 miles of forest, of is swamp, all the way to a place that most of King's Landing never even knew to exist to begin with. We ended civilly, of course, but it was quite the conundrum. And then and he giggles. And then she thanked me for not pulling a sword on her and not getting heated.
Huh?
I would never strike a lady in such a discussion, or a gentleman in such a civil discourse, but apparently some of the students get overheated in certain discussions, are quick to temper, and have drawn weapons.
And we're supposed to be the bad influence there.
Indeed.
I know we have some unruly child in school and all that, but
Yeah.
not to the point. Well, I guess
Exactly.
different culture, but Dallin, she said she would never send envoy and all that, but hell, we're foreigners, right? In a way, we can be the envoys, just envoys from rather than to. And you're writing a book, aren't you?
Indeed. Delon actually takes out his journal, specifically with the journal. I've been detailing as much as I can. Would you like to look at it?
One of these days, but my point was, since you're writing compendium, or however you call it, why not detail your experiences with the drow for all to see in the journal? So that way, interested people might come to seek them. So some modicum of information might becomes available. Then,
indeed.
No.
I will then, that's what I was thinking. And if nothing else, I hope to at least have a good understanding of their culture. Something that's earnest, without degrading or looking down upon it. And just tells it as it is, to let others look upon it and try to understand their culture. But from what I've been learning, these people have a fascinating history to them that rocks to the very origins of even the First Age. But what concerns me isn't the nature of their culture, but if their worry is foreigners, from how they've described their own culture, I fear what they believe in far more than what they subjugate themselves to. They speak of the heart of the forest as if it's this great being, all-powerful, that they must submit themselves to. And this is not unlike any who have spoken of the heart of the forest, but their interpretation is deeper, primal, more... They almost worship it as a deity itself, along with this moon goddess, for which we don't even have a name for her.
don't. Well, actually, I also wanted to talk more
Mhm.
about that to Erimu. Because, well, you know,
Mm.
I met the old man by, talking about the fountain because I found that pretty interesting in all itself. Actually, did you even know that the green water flowing from that was healing water?
What?
Couldn't believe my eyes. Yes. The old man just outright took a knife, cut himself, and poured some water on. It was like me when I do some magic on you and you're all fine.
They have healing water just going on. That one makes. Tell me, did he use too much or too little?
Well, he did say he used whole is allowed loaded water for the day.
Indeed, I have noticed that. That fits with their culture. It seems to signify that everyone is allowed only a certain amount of bare minimum requirements. A level of only could eat so much, only could do so much. When I was speaking to the adventurers, I tried to get a history of the elven people from their perspective.
Uh-huh.
They're completely opposite ends of the High Elves. The High Elves believe that the heart of the forest was a gift bestowed upon them and their people, and that it is something that they protect and take care of, but ultimately is theirs. It's something to be utilized as an ultimate assistance, ultimate enrichment of who they as a people are. It seems the Sylvan people are complete opposite. They submit themselves to the heart of the forest. They only take the bare minimum, and that anything other than that is sacrilege. That to do anything but the bare minimum, which apparently is where the Wood Elves and the Sylvians broke off. From their perspective, the Wood Elves and the Sylvians split. They were just one and the same. But then how they decide to pick the heart of the forest changed. It seems their disagreements. The Wood Elves take care of the forest, but according to the Sylvians, take too much. Don't take the bare minimum. It's just the excess. They do this ultimately the same thing, but just the level of excess. It's not the bare minimum. But they make sure they don't take too much or they're kicked out of the forest. So they have to ride this line now.
Well, from what I'm picturing is that seems the Wood Elves are trying to live more balanced life. They're still living like the Sylvan, but taking more than is necessary, again according to the Sylvans, so that they may actually grow, because I'll say it's easy for Sylvan to do so because it's still a rather small community and any who disagree is banished. I'm not really sure whether there's any such a concept with Wood Elves. Well, I mean, you see, the Asterium King is a Wood Elf himself. So,
Yes.
guess,
We haven't been to the village, so I can't rightly say. But please go on.
I suppose they live a more open. I mean, both the High Elves, High Elves, how they call themselves High Elves, and the Sylvan live a rather closed enclaves or like cities, right? They
Indeed.
live within themselves. But like, doesn't seem like it for the Wood Elves, right? They seem a bit more
No.
open to
They
everybody
do.
else.
They seem more friendly, welcoming.
Right. So I feel like they live a more balanced life, like more open to the outside, right? They seem like both the good and wrong of the others, and I've tried to incorporate that into what they are. But like, I guess you could say across the Kingdom of Cain, the land of Canes, they are the
Mm.
more successful, as well. They're the one we see the most.
Right. But it is interesting, isn't it?
Mhm.
How remarkably similar the Sylvian and the High Elves are.
Interesting indeed.
Hmm.
If you'd asked me 2 years ago if I'd be even interested in hearing all that, I'd say perhaps, but like rather disinterested. After all, I mean, up to that point, I met maybe a handful of elves. Look at that. Just about 2-3 weeks, here we are, discussing theories and all about their civilization, without even knowing what happened before the split up.
Mm. But it was something, it was an important moment. Delan opens up his journal. There was an imperative moment in which it occurred. It was during the first age. Something happened to cause this schism. And although she didn't go into detail, something occurred. There had to have been a reason. Just like, once again, there was a second schism between the Sylvan and the Wood Elves, and what created both. The Wood Elves lived in the tree branches, and Sylvans went deep into the forest, back into the homes. There were apparently high elves, when I say high elves, all of them together, right here,
Right.
that lived nearby. Do you think perhaps? I have a theory. Do you think perhaps that this castle, for which they reside, it was not of Elvish? They say it's not of Elvish make, but during the first and second ages, this forest was remarkably smaller, far smaller, in fact. It wasn't until looks through a couple pages. Wasn't here. It wasn't until around 100, or I want to say, only until less than 30 years, 30 years ago, maybe 50, that this forest grew at an exponential rate. That figures right around the Elven War. 10 years, about 5 years after that, 5 to 10 years, the war was erected. Can't be a coincidence. If this heart of the forest is a living being, then it is watched and it is guarded, and it has eyes all across this forest. Once upon a time, they say a king lived there. That would make complete sense. At the time, the king might have had a home here. But now, nothing more than a shadow of what it once was. But
What
why?
might be stupid, but what if all those rumors of spirits and all that may just be another protection mechanism so we may not find out? After all, like, actually at this point, considering the matriarch and patriarch, like, right across from us, like, be wondering, like, are they even listening to us? Because they might be. Because, like, it's not like we're, like, hiding it.
No, we're not.
Like,
As you look over in their direction, the patriarch just gives you a smile and nod. The matriarch is honestly listening attentively with the most amused expression on her face.
right. So, I'll say, considering the blood interest's training, it might be a more guarded secret. After all, it seems they are the main armed force of their village. So, I think there might be something in the castle that may indicate what lies beyond. Well,
I am sure. I have no doubt that that may be the case. That something secret is hidden there. But I don't think the spirits are made up. Let's say noted that, but perhaps if they were, something's half and half.
right. I thought exactly.
Because Valese was told that a young blood when I spoke to the constable, I think it was the young man that was sitting, looking across from us that you went to speak of last night. He was told to escort Valese to the pagoda where he and the other Fae resided. And Valese said once he was in the pagoda, he felt nothing and could see nothing, as if a great fog erected around the pagoda, as if he could not be seen as well. He said it felt strange.
Aha.
As if protected by something.
I went to the pagoda today, actually, just before I set out through the forest. I didn't really notice anything strange, or at least didn't really pay attention to it. Just that some of the spirits, well, tried to avoid me, and I just chalked it up to me being a foreigner and them being much like the people here in the village.
What kind of spirits were there?
Well, pixies of all sorts, really. Or at least, those were the ones I recognized, the others not so much.
So, Fae of many different natures.
Yes.
Do you remember in King's Landing? Do you remember when we encountered Fae from before?
Yes, of course. Still waiting on our third walnut, after all.
Well, you won't believe this, but early this morning, their druid, Lady Uru, she approached me this morning, holding our good friend, the one who gave us the walnuts.
Oh.
Seems he's followed us, or he has been with us for some time. But normally, Fae are not so easily seen. But Fae were able to be seen quite easily here. Unless he's more of an exception. If he choose to, I don't think he'd appear to many. He'd just disappear, but with other creatures it's far easier.
Right.
But they're able to see with clear eyes. I think this place may be connected to a Feywild. We might be deep.
Well, the more you think about it, the more likely it might be, yes. Is patient? Do you think there could be something like the Spirit Glade from a few days ago, but on a much grander scale?
If the heart of the forest is as they say, and it is as powerful as it says, and it is the mother tree, the great progenitor of all the forest entirely. They are, from my understanding, at least what my nan would say, is children of the wild, children of the forest itself. If that's the case, it makes complete sense that the closer you get to the heart, the more visible, the more stronger a Fae could be. And according to her stories, Fae get dark. There are some Fae that are not to be trifled with on any occasion, spirits included.
You know what I hate? Was that there's all this information. And I really want to find out more, but Mr. can't go there.
No, unfortunately. Without causing many of issues, I think not. But I will tell you this. We will have much to talk with the seer about in a few moments, and I'm sure Lady Aramu will have her fun discussing the Blood Huntress.
As you almost on cue, the door kicks open, and Aramu just proudly marches in. The matriarch rises and approaches her. What have I told you of kicking in the door? Aramu pauses, looks behind her. But you would not believe the fun I've had. And I do not care. Not at this time. You do not kick in the door. Lest you
don't get
suffer
one
the
there.
fall. Right, I understand. Eleanor walks in, and she just looks exhausted. Her hair is all frizzy. She has mud and sticks in her hair. She has cuts and bruises all over. Her outfit is cut and torn in a few places. Her left boot is missing. And she just looks like she's been dragged through the mud, essentially. Oh, come now. Don't be looking quite like that. You hit an Oni at 30 paces. That is no small feat for your first day. I'm going to kill you. That's the spirit. Seer, 2 beers. I'm not drinking beer. I'm going to get a glass of water. You're going to have beer. And she hooks her arm around Eleanor and physically drags her over to the counter. Eleanor looks behind her at you, Gildas, and Dillon, and she just mouths, "Help me."
Well, Dylan, shall we oblige a woman? No.
It would be ungentlemanly as for not to.
Besides, everyone we want to see is over there, so...
Indeed. Good cop, back up.
So once you sit down, the seer looks at everybody at the bar counter, nods, and he just grabs several more mugs, cleans them, pours some drinks, and just slides them up one by one, essentially. It's going to be a busy night, so it seems.
Indeed.
I thought it was morning. Look to Erimu.
Erimu just raises a brow. Morning? No, not anymore. Not for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like, one time is morning, one time is evening, but evening is morning, and morning is evening. You know. But afternoon is still afternoon. It's always well in the world.
Oh, the sun will be setting quite soon, and the moon will arise right after. Eleanor is just like glaring almost bitterly into her mug, and you hear her, the law next to you, just say, "Razor focus. Razor focus."
I'm gonna roll. I'm going to glance at Eleanor, holding my tankard. I'm gonna give her a wink, and roll charisma with that. Try to get her some well needed. I tried. It's like a 13. So I gave it a shot. Try to give her some
13,
courage.
not bad. So she seems to blink, almost like breaking her concentration, and looks up at you, seeing your wink and smile. She gives like a tired smile back and just like takes a small sip of her drink. Don't be getting your hopes down just yet, Eleanor. Tomorrow will be the fun part. The fun part? Is it actually going to be fun, or is it going to be you shooting arrows at me again and telling me to catch them? Oh, come now. They were dulled arrows. They didn't even have a point.
The card suggests otherwise.
Those weren't from me. Those are from the boar riding.
Boar riding?
Oh, yes, boar riding. Those bristlebacks. They dragged me straight through the woods. I told you to hang on.
Just how much did you even do, Eleanor? Like, Oni shooting, arrow dodging, bristleback riding?
Express training.
I talk about express, that's...
Anything I can do, she can do. Isn't that right, Eleanor? Yes, anything you can do, I can do. Besides, I'm not asking her to do anything too crazy. I'm not asking her to ride a bristleback while shooting an arrow at 120 paces, hitting an Oni in the bullseye, and then asking her to do it again while jumping off the boar, landing on your feet, balancing, and then dodging as I throw rocks at you.
No, that's what tomorrow, isn't it?
Oh, good heavens, no. I don't have her here for 6 months, so I can't give her the full-on course. I'm just giving her the best of each piece.
Lady Irma, if I may ask, what is an Oni?
An Oni? A demon
Yes.
of the night.
Yes, but what is it? I recall when you first spoke, you asked me, have you ever danced with an Oni in the moonlight? Or met an Oni in the moonlight, or something of some such?
He does remember.
You still have not answered my question.
Tut tut. How about you, Eleanor? What do you think an Oni is, now that you've been shooting them? Invisible creatures that I can't see that dodge my arrows and breathe fire. Yes, that is a good summary. The seer is just casually taking a few steps over here and handing you a drink, Gildas. Just like, I'm gonna get a little bit over here. That conversation is just not something I wish to be a part of. You can't help but feel that vibe from him.
It's alright, you can say they are not going to have questions for him. It's like, I know that him, but probably see like the color of the soul is moving, like bobbing up and down.
He does, essentially. Well then, Delon, I can tell you're waiting patiently. An Oni is a creature which only manifests in the moonlight. They are always around, even in the daytime. However, in the daytime, you cannot see them, and you can only damage them with special equipment. You can also not perceive them unless you have tasted of the moon. Onis are dangerous, incredibly powerful, vicious creatures. They are impossible to control, and even more impossible to deal with unless you know exactly what you're doing. Which is precisely why the trainees only fight them in the daytime when they are at their weakest.
Are they some sort of fae?
No, not precisely. They're more like corrupted individuals.
I mean, there were beings before.
Of multiple different kinds, yes. What one was once in life, what one had in their individual characteristics, their personality, what their drives were, their passions. All of those determine the type of Oni one becomes.
Oni, forgive me. Is this a Sylvian term? I do not recall hearing of such.
No, it
A
is not
demon
precisely... Oh, absolutely not. They are definitely not demons.
Well, if I may ask, what corrupts them?
Improper consumption of the forest.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes one wanders off without knowing where they're going, and when they come back, they're not quite the same. That is a touch of corruption. Sometimes people never come back. Other times they come back, and for us, it has been 30 years. However, for them, it was but 3 minutes.
Forgive me, what exactly was the corruption?
She didn't specify. She just said improper consumption of the forest.
Forgive me, Lady Irma, but that's extremely vague. What do you mean by improper consumption?
Tasting the wrong sap, wandering into the wrong part of the woods and consuming the wrong tree, or eating the wrong fruit.
I, uh, are you saying to say that every item in this immediate vicinity can cause one to be horribly corrupted in an
No,
instant?
not in the immediate
No.
vicinity. The closer one gets to the heart of the forest, the more primordial and explosive the environment around you becomes.
I see.
The farther one gets from the heart of the forest, the more well-meaning, the more earthen, and the more natural things become as well.
I see. Don't want to kind of blink for a moment.
Most people are not fit for consuming foods of that potency.
See.
Some go there precisely to consume it for power because they are crooked, unlawful, dubious sorts. And any who do that are put down by the blood huntresses.
I see.
So, essentially, it's like a OCP version of drinking milk after not drinking anything milk related for 30 years. That's gonna turn out bad.
That is one way to put it, yes.
Oh, right. Eleanor, there was something I wanted to ask as well. Just not exactly related to your training, but it might make it worse. For today, at least.
What is it, Gildas?
Well, you see, I was at the workshop earlier, and there was an item of interest there. I, I would like to get my hands on, because it might benefit all of us.
How much
At a
is it?
certain point. 4,000
4,000?
gold.
Gold? Hmm. Um... We should be able to make that back if we keep adventuring. It is part of the expedition funds, and if it helps everyone, then yes, go ahead.
What are you trying to grab, Sir Gildas?
Well, you see, there's a certain method of crafting and smithing that has been lost to time on our side of the forest. And as it turns out, today I've come across not just one, but two such items made from that. And even then, apparently, the craftsman was bad at it. I couldn't even believe my eyes. It was like, that's why.
Did you mention that it was spellwoven? Just double checking.
No.
No, okay.
I just said there was items that,
Okay.
Hush, 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 hush.
I mean, I know, because, like, especially because there's all those, like, silver people around.
He's right. Yeah, exactly. He's surrounded by
Okay, I'm
seven
just
people. He's
making
not
sure.
that.
The seer, though, does, he hands you another drink, Gildas. And you hear him speak quite clearly. He's only bad at crafting one item in particular, and it's because he's still being instructed by myself.
Of course.
Fair enough. Well, if you believe this is something that we need and it'll help you in your mission, by all means, I think I am right with Eleanor in saying that I think it'd be worth the endeavor. In addition, I learned something as well about this study of alchemy. It's interesting. I think you would do well to look into it in school if you can.
Eleanor nods. I love alchemy.
It's not just potion making. It's
No,
an
it's
entire source.
Awesome.
I'd be happy to do that instead.
I was surprised to see wood being turned into metal.
Believe me, Lady Ilno, if I could, I'd help you in this struggle, but I know you're strong enough to make it all the way to the end.
I will do so.
We're here to support you as well, and
Oh, come now
we're
with all the dour talk. She's
no.
looking all beaten up, but
Oh,
she
no.
performed quite well. Honestly, I wouldn't be buying her a drink if she had performed badly.
Indeed. It was not meant to be any dour statement. We were supporting her. We know she's
Alright.
more than capable.
And speaking of, I know it's a route training, but how much support can we give her? Because I'd say that's a pretty pitiful state.
Aye.
Her clothes,
She'll
I
be
mean.
right as rain, do not worry.
I
I
mean, just
see.
missing the boot and all that.
I'll get her a new boot. And I'll personally make sure her gear is patched up again before we leave. Just change into something more comfortable when you head to bed and make sure those clothes are outside your doorstep.
I see.
Well, morale support it is then.
Mm.
Hang in there, little. No. Picking of support though, at the transition of like my little trip at the workshop.
Right.
Ophelia, no, you've been awfully quiet, but I got something for you.
You do?
Indeed. And I'll just produce the mantle I've had like right beside me. Say, well, I know I made a comment yesterday, and you said you had your artifacts and all that, but well, it's going to be quite a while before we even get our hand on the first one, so I thought I'd make something for you in the meantime. What do you think?
Ophelia takes it from you, gives it a careful look over before nodding and attempting to hand it back to you. It is lovely, but I cannot accept this.
And why?
Because
What I accepted because, hasn't it? You should tell me why?
Mm.
Because I will
it is
not
unnecessary. There are artifacts which I can reobtain later. Using this now is a waste of resources.
Ophelia, don't be stubborn. I just said, by the time you get it, it's going to take a while to get those artifacts. And so, I want you to wear this for your own sake. I know that reticent that kind of help. I mean, happened once with the rope and all that, and I understand your position. But we're doing that because we want to. So please, when you say no, kinda hurts us, you know. It's kind of like our friendship is being rejected in a way. A bit too extreme, but please. I mean, even keeps you warm, you know? Like,
I do not grow cold.
Your ladyship, you are a lady of King's Landing, are you not?
Yes, I am.
A high lady of high position, are you not?
I would not go as far as that, but I am a lady of a position.
You are a high. Is it? Am I considering in history you are considered one of the greatest clerics of our time? Of your time, indeed. Even now, I would consider you a strong cleric, both in spirit and strength. Now, this gentleman has presented you a gift of friendship. Would a high lady of a position ever decline such kindness in your time?
It would depend on the kindness offered and by who.
He is
But
offering you.
in the majority of cases, no, one would not.
Then, just as you accepted my cloak when we first met. I endorse it secondly to Sir Gildas, and ask humbly that you accept our kindness. If time should come when we reclaim your artifacts, and we will, then just as I said about your robes and the furs that I offered, we will hand it to those in need or those to fit it. It will be utilized well regardless. But until that time arrives, your protection and your help is all that we try to give. After all, did you not hand us your help, your wand after all?
Ophelia is quiet for a moment before looking up into Gildas with a very surprisingly serious expression. Do you wish for me to have this?
I would not have made it otherwise.
Is it a necessity or is it a desire?
Can I answer both?
She gives an almost bemused smile before just simply nodding. Then I will accept.
Delon clasps him on the back. There. Thank you, your ladyship. You honor us with your acceptance of our gift, and the necessity for which it requires. We hope you wear it well, and it treats you well.
I have no doubt that it will treat me well, nor that it will be worn well, and well worn.
We thank you. Delon also, he's just gonna chill. He will glance back at Lady Aramu and ask, you never did say why you asked me that question, though. Euphonies are such deadly creatures. You never did tell me why you asked. If I'd ever seen one.
She grins at you around the lip of a mug, simply drinks from it before bringing it down and tapping the rim of it for a refill, and then looks at you fully. Well, you see, there are different kinds of Onis, and
God.
to have a dance with one in the moonlight is quite different from fighting one.
I am additionally confused. You said they are corrupted beings.
Yes, but there are various forms of corruption, and not all corruption is inherently evil. Some is lawful.
Dot.
Indeed.
EXE. Delon XE is running slow.
That is not as precisely the truth. The proper way to say this, Lady Aramu, is that not all corruption is chaotic and evil in nature. Some is lawful and evil. The evil can be controlled and led. It has standards. Yes.
Then why would you ask me if I had danced with one?
She seems a bit sheepish before downing more ale, tapping the rim, and he just holds out his hand. You're gonna charge me? You're drinking more than usual, yes.
Oh God. I'm so scared.
She just sighs, reaches into her pocket, and then sighs again. Can't you put it on my tab? No.
Delon will actually take from his whatever purse. How much?
You are going to regret that.
I regret many things here. I'm hoping I will not regret this.
I will inform you when her drinks are done.
Thank you.
Aramu gives like an appreciative but weirdly embarrassed smile as her drink is refilled. She chugs the whole thing down instantly, slams it down,
Jesus,
asks for a
lady.
refill.
Jesus, lady. You can hold your liquor. God damn. That reminds me of the scene from that movie Van Helsing, where just this life, I forget the actress's name, and she's just like, "That's a bottle of absinthe." And if you know anything about absinthe, that's some hard stuff. And she's like, "I can take it." And she starts downing it, and you're like, "Damn, girl, that would knock even a grown man on his ass."
After that one, however, she swirls her drink a little bit before taking a sip instead of knocking it back. Then, still holding it, she leans on her head on her arm a bit, and gestures with the flagon. Well, you see, when a blood huntress asks a gentleman if he's ever danced with an Odie in the moonlight, she's asking if he's single.
Delon kind of like tilts his head.
Take the hint.
Yeah. Delon's thoughts start to connect. Oh.
And when you said you had not, nor that you knew what that meant, well then that was just a green light.
I see.
Are you saying you were flirting with Delon? Yes, and I have been.
Elena, was it that obvious? Am I the only one who...
No, I'm pretty sure.
Wasn't it in noble court?
Oh no. Oh no. Delon's gonna be like pretty quiet, and then he's gonna glance at the seer and just be like okay, all right. Delon is going to take out another coin. He's just gonna place it on the seer and say, "Thank you." I really appreciate it.
He nods and hands you a drink.
Thank you. And Delon's gonna quietly nod and then sit down.
Was I mistaken in my advances?
Bit too strong, perhaps. But...
Well, a blood huntress, when she is on the prowl, goes for what she wants.
Yeah, she's drunk. Yeah, she's getting there. She's not hiding it no more. How about the line after this? This is gonna be a long night. Respectfully.
We can go later because Evan's not here.
Yeah, respectfully, Delon. What would Delon do right now? I guess the only thing, Delon's just gonna glance at Gillis. Sir Gillis, if you'd be so kind, could you please ask the seer what we were going to ask? I need to speak with Lady Aramu on the side. If you'd be so kind.
You can speak to me on my side anytime.
I am well aware.
I think you've had enough to drink.
I mean, she's still standing, so I think it's not enough, but...
See?
Anyways,
See?
yeah.
The foreigner gets it.
See. Well, foreigner has a name, but whatever. I'll see. See, I wanted to know more about... Oh, the pre-enclave civilization. The Sylvan.
Tell us the boring thing, sober up real quick. Fill me with lore so I can ignore the Yorks.
The seer simply nods. He gives like a smile as he just like washes a glass. Almost very thankful for the change in conversation. What would you like to know?
Well, you see, I've known from, well, my discussion about the fountain from the lodge that this enclave came about after the first matriarch came in. But that she's also blood interest and all that. I was wondering just, well, how were the seven people before she founded the enclave? And about blood interests, well, unless that's a topic she would more likely know more about.
I can inform
And
you all about the Blood Huntresses.
right, I'm sure that, well, did they always exist? Or rather, well, were they all? Well, no, they weren't always drinking the moon because she was the first, apparently. That, unfortunately, the man who asked the question to didn't know the name of the first matriarch. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I do want a more precise picture. Well, I want to know more, all about like anything you can tell me, really.
I see.
The origin, so to speak.
We of the Sylvan people were once one people. There was no wood elves, no high elves, nothing of the like. We were once simply Sylvan people. There was a schism, a disagreement on how to live life. This led to the Drow and the High Elf people. Eventually, there was a schism among the Drow which led to the Drow and Wood Elf people. During the second schism, no, the first. During the first schism, after it had happened, our people, the Sylvan people, wandered aimlessly. Many of us went to many different locations and landed in different places. One woman of our people wandered and roamed, hunting and gathering, all throughout the lands, specifically within the forest itself. And eventually, she found her way after seeing a beautiful tear fall from the moon. She followed it and found her way to the heart of the forest. Once there, she sought communion with the forest, listening to it, living with it, and learning from it. Eventually, she tasted of the moon. And when this happened, she gained extra abilities and knowledge. She became the very first blood huntress that the Sylvan people had ever known. Using her newfound abilities, she walked within two worlds, fighting creatures and protecting the heart of the forest.
Uh-huh.
Her heroic acts inspired many followers to follow her, desiring to live and be with her for protection, but also to aid in her heroic endeavors. She obtained many squires and many would-be consorts. Eventually, her nomadic tendencies were for naught, as she had too many followers to remain truly nomadic. She could no longer wander the woods, wander the world. She had to settle down. And so she settled the first enclave, choosing the spot where she had communed with the heart of the forest the first time. She communed with it again. After a long and dangerous meditation, she managed to reach an agreement where we would live in harmony with the heart of the forest. And it would protect us if we would protect it in turn. During this,
she took it upon herself to lead her new people, declaring herself the matriarch. During her long and very prestigious reign, she took a husband, and in that same night declared him to have power nearly equal to her own, and named his position the patriarch. As the enclave grew, eventually the position of disciplinarian came to be, and she personally instructed and led the new order of blood huntresses, the Sisterhood. Eventually, she named a successor, and she devoted herself entirely to her matriarchal duties. Some time later, the very first disciplinarian, masters of law and knowledge, ascended to a higher perception. He gained knowledge gifted to him by the moon goddess herself, purely for his devotion and servitude to his people's cause. The Master of Knowledge eventually became a true Master of Knowledge, and thus the position of Seer was born.
Aha. And has there been successor, or considering your age?
There has
the
been
seer-
several successors.
Right.
We speak as one. Each seer speaks in unison with the last.
Mhm. That might explain your wealth of knowledge then.
Should a conversation topic be brought up that I do not know personally, I commune with my forefathers. And what knowledge they knew is gifted upon to me.
See.
All knowledge passed down from one successor to the next.
Like if we were
Is
there. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is that similar with you, Lady Aramu? You also speak with as in we, and us, and I.
No, I speak in this way as I am never truly alone. Not for that sense. The seer is always with his ancestors, always communing with them at all times, in all mannerisms of life.
I see.
I simply have a tag-along.
Delon tilts his head. He wants to ask, but then, like, for the first time in his ever life, he's just like, I'm not, I'm not gonna ask. I'm just gonna, I will ask at a later date, because right now I'm kind of conflicted. Damn, I wish I hadn't asked, I really do, Seer, I really do regret doing that.
So, about your ancestors, I mean, before the schism, whatever. Just how long did the Sylvan live as one people?
Throughout the entirety of the first age. At the tail end of the first stage, a Sylvan people schismed into two. At the end of the second age, we schismed into three. It has been this way ever since.
And you've always lived in this forest, then, or in and around it?
Yes, though at one time, it has been told to me that a Sylvan people walked the lands with you foreigners. But that was many, many moons ago.
Do you know, perhaps, well, where where they went or other direction.
How do you mean?
Well, we have countries beyond the walls that are, well, they have quite the elvish majority. Be it elves themselves, or in the case of my neighbors, I'm not even sure how to call them, but in a way, vampiric elves.
You speak of Dampier.
Indeed.
Yes, Dampier.
Dampier are the fallen brothers of us. They
Hmm.
cast off their shackles. They threw themselves away from the moon goddess, and in turn were cursed with an insatiable bloodlust.
I must ask this then. You keep calling her the Moon Goddess. Does she have a name?
She has never gifted us her name.
I see.
We simply refer to her in the method that we best can. She is a mysterious lady, but she has always watched over us. We are her chosen people.
I see.
Those that cast her off have been justly punished, as is the case with the Dampier.
Well, you say you never know where they came from, so it's the first time I've heard of it. I suppose that makes sense.
Speaking more on the foundation of our people, a few hundred years ago, during another starlit night, when the moon was high, something was seen falling from the heavens. When the matriarch arrived at the location, a child was found. This child was gifted to us by the heart of the forest itself. This child grows slowly, infinitely so. No matter how much water, food, or rest we gave it, it grew infinitely slowly, slower than any of our kin had before. We had never seen such slow growth. At first, we worried immensely that she was ill, that we had been feeding her incorrectly, falsely, that we had been making this prophet given to us die slowly. But in time, she grew hair. In time, she grew in height. She never passed, never died, merely grew stronger. Stronger, more confident, more magically powerful, and she always spoke, and she always heard of the trees.
The individual, the child you speak of, is this your spiritual leader?
Yes, Uluru. Voice of the heart of the forest.
She came, you say, from the sky.
On a moonlit night,
I see. This is quite a bit to think on, in many cases.
beneath that shaggy head of hair is a broken horn. One horn still remains.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, do you have any other questions, Ram?
I'm thinking, but I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
I had questions for the Blood Huntresses, but like she's kind of drunk right now, and
She's loose
the,
lipped. Now's the time to ask.
Yeah.
I guess, but a lot of it is also like, Dylan also really doesn't kind of feel right in just kind of questioning a lady who's just kind of admitted that she wants to court him. I don't know.
Killouse's neutral side is just going like, eh.
No, that's right. I mean, that's perfectly in Gildus's character to ask that shit. Fuck it. I mean, fine.
Just drink a few more drinks, otherwise you have like the inhibition gone, or like you can.
Yeah. Shut up. Delon's gonna ask if this is the case, and this has been. So the Blood Huntresses all started with the matriarch coming here, creating this place, founding it, and bartering a deal with your moon goddess, a goddess who has no name, and gives supposedly Uluru as a gift or as their prophet. But why? What's the like why? At least with Lord Baal, he tell you straight out what he's intended for you. He would bestow upon you a gift, and he would expect you to. Even Tiamat, the moon, the goddess of the moon, even she wouldn't play these kinds of long games. She would be cryptic, of course. That is her nature. She is the moon, but she would at least expect something. Perhaps I'm missing something, but it doesn't. These don't seem to make any sense.
It is understandable for you to not quite follow our devotion.
I respect your devotion. Believe me, I do. I respect your level of commitment to something you care for. As someone from King's Landing, I really do. It's a very respectable thing, but the vagueness of it gives me a cold feeling.
She gives us gifts. She gives some of us sight. She gives some of us the methods to protect each other. She gives us a home which protects us as long as we live within it and maintain it. All of this. Do we really question why, when she gives us all of this and only asks for us to maintain it and curate it?
No. I suppose in that context, it would be unwise to bite the hand that feeds.
Precisely. Additionally, she has never once been cruel to us. She has always been kind, always caring. The only times she has been cruel, perhaps wrathful even, are to those who cast her off and decide that she is not worth following after they have spent generations following her.
Despite them, that's not unheard of. Yeah, at this point.
She gave us a prophet to better commune with us, so we did not need to enter deep meditations and put ourselves at great risk doing so.
You needed to put yourself into a deep meditation. Where would you learn such a thing?
The original
matriarch learned it by communing with the heart of the forest. It is still taught to the blood huntresses to this day. One might call it a quickening.
And you can do so, Lady Aramu.
Of course. It enhances one's ability to aim, one's ability to run, to maintain one's pace, as well as enhances your natural ability to heal. All through very tempered, very careful breathing exercises that give you a sense of serene grace while awake. It is also an almost primal drive, an enhancement of all senses.
That's quite the gift.
The quickening is not a gift. It is something one must learn. It is actually more like a reward for hard effort.
I see. Your people do enjoy your hard effort. I can respect that. I'm going to turn in early.
Alright then. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Since he is turning in, Eramu, your tab has dried up. You're a cruel old man. I am fair. Yes. Ophelia, it was a very pleasant experience communing with you. I have learned much, and you, I'm sure, learned much as well. Oh yes, absolutely. The talk earlier today was quite nice. I will see about the map if I can acquire one. Thank thee.
Ophelia for the win. It's all the small bargains in the meantime.
Alrighty. So with that, I imagine DeLon heads up to bed.
Yeah, the lawn just kind of like makes his way up.
Alrighty.
I know the
Yeah.
patriarch and him wanted to talk at one point, but like,
It'll probably happen next session.
yeah, he's just like, no, I'm not doing that today.
Eleanor and Aramu are going to keep drinking for a bit. Ophelia will now excuse herself and head off as well.
Mm.
What about you, Gilnos? You turning in? Yorm is passed out again at the table.
As expected.
As expected.
Yorm enjoys his rest and relaxation in the evenings. He finally gets to.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, he's earned it. He's earned it.
I mean, whereas I spend the day like running around and all that's probably stay a little bit, maybe drink a bit, yeah. Then like, I'll probably stay up like another hour and then like go to bed.
Alrighty. So as you stay up another hour, Gildos.
I will say you actually stay up the latest because Eleanor turns in about 30 minutes before you do. Aramu simply follows after her, waits, comes back with an armful of clothes, and then heads out the front door, essentially. And as you're heading off to sleep, you actually feel the ground tremor beneath your feet. All of the drow in the room pay it no mind.
Well, I do pay my some mind, so I'll just backtrack back to the seer and say, "This happened yesterday when we were sleeping." Oh,
Yes, it happens every evening.
is that why we shouldn't go out then? Part of the reason why.
Oh yes. Do not worry, the blood huntresses will make sure everyone is safe.
I know he can't see it, but I just raised my eyebrow on that and like, are you sure? Well, I mean,
Positively. For
yeah,
eons they have protected us every evening, and for eons more they will do so, as is their eternal duty. This is promptly followed by another trembling. It's like an earthquake.
right. Well, I mean, I get what's going on, but I still like, it's gonna make my way back, but like, still, raise an eyebrow, like, see. I wanna see still a glance at the big honchos on the table. I'm like, really knows, like, I just wanna take it like, well, I don't know. I mean, they're probably amused. But
They are
shit.
they are like looking at you with a bemused expression as you're kind of like weirded out by the earthquake type effect. As you look their way, you actually see a bright silver glow under the door frame, as if something is right outside the door. As you see that, you see Aqua just make eye contact with you and slowly shake his head.
Oh, you're making it tempting. It's just like, you're lucky I'm true neutral. I don't want to get involved, but like, fine. I'll just like, probably yeah. Pause here. Like, look at the door. And, like, turn back and like head off. Like, I know what's going on. I hate it. I was probably like that. Yeah, I know what's going on. I hate it. But like, is there anything about it? It's been working.
It's not my problem at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a system. It's been working. It's just like, there's no reason it wouldn't work. I know, right?
But alright, as you make
Probably
your way
why
to
there's
your
no-
room and you head into your room.
Oh, I get it now. That's probably why there's no window either. It's not because they can't see the dark or like the weird shit. So like the thing outside can't get in from the windows. It's fine. I can just sleep in my 2 ears tonight. No problem. No problem.
Alrighty, as you head up into your room and start heading over to sleep, you can't help but feel like a bit paranoid as you sleep.
I'll say that. Just a bit, yeah, worried. A little bit.
Alrighty. With that, we're gonna wrap the session up here as the party heads off to sleep. One of them now a little worried about the day ahead, and the rest of them having had an eventful day. Thank you all for tuning in, and have a good one.